We are back on the record, and we're back on the record, and we are now going to proceed with the sponsor of the bill. Presenting the bill, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized. Are we having difficulties again? We are? She's muted? Senator Francis Heiliger, do you want us to go ahead with the testifiers and come back to you, or do you want to? I'm reading her lips at this point. We're going to go to another break, another recess. 2 minutes. We're in recess. Committee is back on the record, and we're going to proceed with Senator Francis Heiliger. Go right ahead.
Thank you. First, I would like to state that I am happy that media unmuted me so I could continue my conversation. Basically, this piece of legislation came forward because of our situation when it comes to land here in the territory and specific uses of it. As a representative of the people as well as a leader, I do understand there will be instances where eminent domain is necessary in order to take parcels of land for the greater good. But this piece of legislation speaks to situations that if a property is taken by eminent domain for a specific purpose, and it is 10 years, 20 years, 25 years have passed, and nothing has been done with that property, this piece of legislation is stating that the property owner or their heirs and successors can go ahead and petition our courts for that property to be returned to them, and the compensation or gifts they received would be returned to the government. I know some are concerned that, hey, what if the government might have created easements or other things? That is the beauty of the committee process. If a bill is brought forward and we have individuals that might come up with, say, hey, if you do take a property by eminent domain to build a school, but they never built that school, but somehow the government put an easement on that property that the public could utilize to get to another area that the public utilizes. The bill could easily be amended to make statements that easements will not be returned or anything of the nature that is still of public use. But at the end of the day, it is unfair that our government takes people's properties and we don't use them and then start to utilize it as if though they're part of our inventory. It's not fair to individuals who might have had to give up their property thinking they were doing something for the greater good, and that never happened. So I'm willing to listen to the testimony today. If there are any types of ideas or amendments that come forward that I believe could strengthen this piece of legislation, I have always been a senator open to that. Some question, why did I choose 25 years? In my research, looking at various states that range from laws that allowed for the property to be returned to laws that basically restricted any type of eminent domain for private sector use, etc., I saw that the range went from roughly, the lowest I saw was 8 years, the highest I saw was 30 years for time to return. And I thought to myself, what is a happy medium between 8 and 30? And that's where the 25 years came from. Now, if we want to discuss it and push it to 30, that's not a neither here nor there issue for me. But the whole goal for me was to see if we could get these properties back to the families and the individuals who gave up their properties thinking that they were doing something for the greater good of this community, and that has never materialized. It's unfair to them. I've listened to some concerns where individuals were, well, rich people are going to get, okay, rich or poor. Does it matter if it's their property? Are we now going to discriminate because somebody might have money to pay the government back what was paid to get back what was originally theirs? Let's not start, nitpicking. And, when I hear some of the discussions where there was a concern of, there's going to be issues because there are going to be people that are going to come and fight to take it back. Okay, what's wrong with that if they petition and follow the law? But I'm going to sit back and I'm going to listen to the testimony today, and I hope that any amendments come forward that could strengthen. I am more than willing to listen. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Frances Heiliger. I thought, before we move on to testifiers, I also did some of the research, and I thought, the 25 years, a quarter of a century, which is an entire generation, was really generous on your part. But we will listen to the testifiers, and we're going to start with Commissioner Lisa Alejandro, and you may begin, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Maurice C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, Vice Chair, Senate President Milton E. Potter, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, sponsor of Bill number 36-0070, members of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, non-committee members of the 36th Legislature, employees of the Department of Property and Procurement, fellow testifiers, legislative staff, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Lisa Maria Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. With me today in chambers is Chief Legal Counsel Magdalene A. Moranci, Esquire, and we are here pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on Bill 36, number 36-0070, an act amending Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, by adding Section 423 related to the failure of the use property acquired through the exercise of the power of eminent domain. The department understands Bill number 36-00770, and that it sets out to accomplish four principles. First, to establish a timeline of 25 years during which property acquired through the exercise of eminent domain must be devoted to public use for which the property was acquired. Pardon me, Senator. For which the property, pardon me, Senator, I have some technical difficulties myself. To establish a timeline of 25 years during which the property acquired through the exercise of eminent domain must be devoted to public use for which the property was acquired. Next, to create an opportunity for a previous property owner or their successors in interest to file legal proceedings in the Superior Court for the return of the property if the property was not devoted to the public use for which it was acquired within the 25-year timeline. To allow for the Superior Court to grant the previous owners or their successors in interests petition once the previous owners return the compensation it received from the government for the property, and also to prohibit the government from instituting further condemnation actions within 10 years after the Superior Court has granted the petition to return the property to the previous owner or their successors in interest. As the agency with primary responsibilities for the acquisition, management, and disposition of government real property, the Department of Property and Procurement recognizes the fundamental part the exercise of eminent domain can play in facilitating the government's need to acquire private property for public use. The exercise of eminent domain is not a frequently used option and comes after, as a matter of last resort after failed negotiations to acquire by negotiated purchase or under circumstances when acquisition by negotiated purchase is not otherwise feasible. The power of eminent domain, which applies to both federal and state governments, is a functional part of government operation and provides the government with the ability to acquire private property for public use in exchange for just compensation, typically measured by appraisals to determine fair market value. As outlined in Section 411, public uses includes all uses authorized either by the United States Congress or Legislature of the Virgin Islands, buildings and grounds for use by the government, uses related to public transportation, water reservoirs, irrigation systems, and lands for public recreation and significant natural areas, just to name a few. The government's ability to exercise eminent domain is constrained by public need and the payment of just compensation. The department appreciates the opportunity to engage in today's discussion as we recognize the intent of the bill in seeking to ensure accountability in government actions and balancing private property rights. As proposed, however, we share concerns about the potential impact on the efficient functioning of government, long-term infrastructure planning, and emerging needs. We ask that the committee consider the following. First, a rigid 25-year deadline risks undermining long-term projects and creating unnecessary pressure on agencies to rush development in order to avoid potential reversion claims. Public infrastructure projects can require extensive planning, funding, and environmental review processes that can span decades. For example, Phase 1 of the Veterans Drive Improvement Project celebrated its ribbon cutting in 2020, with its initial design dated to the early 1990s. The timeline for completion is unrelated to eminent domain concerns. However, it represents how a project supporting a public purpose can span decades and evolve over time and still come to fruition. Major projects such as new roads, schools, utility expansions, and disaster-resilient infrastructure can be delayed due to budget constraints, permitting challenges, adjustments for actual site conditions, and legal disputes. Therefore, the risks inherent in long-term infrastructure projects may cause time to elapse before the property is devoted to public use. Additionally, this runs the risk of unnecessarily restricting the government's ability to divert property to an alternate public use, when the diversion may be more efficient and desirable in changing landscape of emerging needs that may be in the public's interest. The bill would compel the government to manage a complex tracking system for all eminent domain acquisitions, constantly reviewing whether each parcel has been devoted to the public use for which it is acquired. And that would happen within the 25-year window. Furthermore, it invites a wave of litigation over what qualifies as public use, when that use begins, and whether efforts towards the intended use suffice to preserve the government's ownership to the property. Allowing properties to revert to former owners after 25 years, even with reimbursement of compensation paid, has the potential to expose the government to significant financial risks. Since the bill only requires the repayment of the original compensation paid may be far below the current market value, resulting in public loss. Additionally, the 10-year bar on reacquisition creates a gap during which critical projects could be stalled, jeopardizing public welfare. The petition and reversion process could be subject to abuse by well-resourced former owners seeking to reacquire property for personal benefit. This is especially concerning in areas that have increased in value due to the surrounding public investments, the commencement of development on the subject property, or creation of alternative public use. This could encourage speculation and optimistic legal challenges rather than supporting true public interests. The government is already constrained by constitutional and statutory requirements to use eminent domain strictly for public purposes in exchange for just compensation. And property owners have recourse through the courts. Adding this additional layer of restriction could act as a deterrent to future development or infrastructure improvements due to uncertainties. Other jurisdictions have taken the approach concerning a previous owner's right to repurchase when the governmental agency that acquired the property through eminent domain either abandons the public purpose for which the property was acquired and seek to dispose of the property. In those instances, statutory provisions in places like New Hampshire and Rhode Island provide for a right of first refusal when the government seeks to dispose of the property. The bill, however, appears to give the previous owner the ability to file this petition upon the decision of the previous owner or their successors in interest that the government has not devoted the property to the underlying public purpose. This has the potential for petitions to be filed while the government is engaged in developing the property that may not be visible to the previous owner, which can further delay completion of projects. Our collective responsibility to ensure eminent domain is exercised responsibly cannot be understated. As we consider the primary methods of acquiring real property, the continued practice of using the acquired property for public need, the protections in place to balance public needs with private interests, and the government's obligation to plan, execute, and sustain long-term public projects, a reversionary right may unduly hinder long-term governmental plans. A more balanced approach, perhaps involving periodic review of unused eminent domain parcels and a reassessment and reallocation to alternate public uses that may better suit the government's then current needs may be considered. This approach has the potential to conserve time and money by utilizing property the government already owns to meet evolving needs. Madam Chair, this concludes my prepared testimony. Thank you again for the invitation and the opportunity to be a part of today's discussion. We remain available to address any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Alejandro. Before I move on, I want to recognize the presence of committee members, Senator Kurt Viale and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Thank you so much for joining us. Commissioner Alejandro, I do want to say that your testimony adds quite a bit to the deliberation of today's bill. It raises a lot of questions and it gives a lot of, in a way, it points to areas that need to be filled in. And as the sponsor said, she's very open to any recommendations. We are now going to go to Assistant Commissioner for DPNR, Josette Walker, for your testimony. Go right ahead.
Good day. Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chair of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning. Vice Chair, Senate President Milton E. Potter, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, bill sponsor, other committee members, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, fellow testifiers, as well as members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Josette J. Walker, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I appear today on behalf of Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of DPNR, to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0070, which seeks to amend Title 28, Chapter 19 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding Section 423 to establish a process for the return of land acquired through eminent domain if unused for its intended public purpose within 25 years as requested by the Chair's invitation dated May 30th, 2025. With me in person is Director Sean L. Krieger of the State Historic Preservation Office, and virtually, Director Marlon Hibbert, Director of the Division of Coastal Zone Management. DPNR understands the intent of Bill number 36-0070 to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of eminent domain and to guard against underutilization of public assets. However, we offer the following comments to underscore the operational, legal, and planning considerations that must be weighed carefully. These comments also support and complement the testimony offered by our sister agency, the Department of Property and Procurement. As the central authority overseeing land use planning, zoning enforcement, and permitting across the public and private sectors, DPNR is uniquely positioned to evaluate the long-term implications of this bill on the built environment, economic development, cultural and natural resource protection in the territory. Moreover, DPNR serves as the administrator of the Virgin Islands Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, a forward-looking framework that guides responsible growth, protects sensitive environmental resources, and promotes sustainable infrastructure development. Large-scale capital projects such as schools, transportation corridors, recreational facilities, and resilient infrastructure often span decades of planning. Thus, the introduction of a rigid 25-year sunset for the intended public use, even with a reversion clause, could inadvertently stall infrastructure pipelines or result in rushed, suboptimal development. We echo shared concern that a fixed 25-year window for public use does not align with the full life cycle of planning, permitting, funding, and executing major capital projects. As the agency charged with issuing permits and zoning approvals for both public and private construction, DPNR can confirm that projects frequently encounter extended delays due to budgetary constraints, environmental and historic resource reviews, federal coordination and compliance, infrastructure interdependencies, as well as natural disaster recovery and resilience needs. In this context, a parcel status may appear inactive while planning or permitting phases are underway. We caution against any language that could enable premature or speculative claims for reversion by former owners during this period. The bill, as written, may also limit the government's ability to repurpose eminent domain acquired parcels for alternate public uses that emerge after acquisition. Flexibility is essential. For example, a site acquired for a school could later become more suitable for a public clinic or resilience hub based on community needs and demographic shifts. We recommend including a repurposing clause that allows for alternate public uses where the original use proves infeasible, but where the parcel remains aligned with the broader public good. Rather than defaulting to reversion, we propose that government-owned lands that remain undeveloped after 20+ years be subject to periodic public review and reallocation through the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan process or through coordinated interagency planning. This would allow the Department of Property and Procurement, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and other agencies to identify alternate community-serving uses, including parks, cultural sites, affordable housing, or environmental protection zones without triggering costly reversions and reacquisition barriers. We reiterate our strong support for alternative land access mechanisms, such as perpetual easements. This would allow the government to preserve access to beaches, shorelines, trails, and other commons while avoiding full condemnation and title transfer. DPNR urges the codification of easement language for beach and shoreline access, traditional trails and freshwater access, cultural sites and greenways, ecological buffers, and flood mitigation areas. This approach upholds the public trust doctrine, supports our goals under the comp plan, and aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, specifically number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, number 13, Climate Action, and number 15, Life on Land, which strengthens grant and funding eligibility for the territory. To strengthen existing legislation with sound planning and sustainable governance, we recommend the legislature consider the following. Amend subsection 411 to expand the definition of public use to reflect sustainable, cultural, and climate adaptive purposes. Add a repurposing clause to allow alternative public uses upon agency petition. Add a transparency clause requiring annual publication of eminent domain acquisitions and their status after year 20. And lastly, incorporate a first offer or right of first refusal model only if the government elects to dispose of the property consistent with national best practices. In conclusion, DPNR acknowledges the goals of Bill number 36-0070 to uphold responsible land stewardship and safeguard the rights of Virgin Islanders. However, to achieve these objectives without compromising long-term planning and the public interest, we advocate for flexibility, transparency, and expanded tools for public land use. We thank the committee for its leadership and thoughtful engagement on this important matter. We stand ready to work with our legislative and executive partners to refine the proposed language in a manner that balances public accountability, government function, and sustainable development. This concludes my testimony, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Walker. We also invited the Attorney General's office. They submitted testimony that I will ask my colleagues to also review. I also want to thank you for your testimony, which also provides us with alternatives to what's in the bill, or additions or revisions. We're going to have a 5-minute round, and it's going to be in this order. Senator Bolquez, 1, Senator Lewis, 2, Senator Potter, 3, Senator Novell Francis, 4, Senator Clifford Joseph, 5, Senator Hubert Frederick, 6, Senator Kurt A. Vielle, 7, and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, 8. I do want to start, though, by removing one area of discussion from this, or addressing it head on right away. Why, and this is for Assistant Commissioner Walker, I am trying to understand the inclusion of the paragraph on easements. Doesn't the government right now or our code provide for us to have easements across properties for access? And I mean, I'm trying to understand how you're tying it into the eminent domain issue before us today.
So in terms of the development of the territorial parks and protected areas, recently we've been encountering a number of issues in terms of shoreline access, which is what is actually defined by the Virgin Islands Code. And DPNR makes considerations when it leases submerged lands to commercial property owners that have the land side and with the water side coming under DPNR for leasing purposes. We've encountered issues specifically on the island of St. Croix, more so with access where people are traversing actually through private property to gain access to the beach. DPNR's role is to provide access, so it might not be where most folks may commonly situate themselves. So in an effort to align the work of the Territorial Parks and Protected Areas Division, which will oversee the territorial park system, we're gearing up, in a sense, to prepare if there is a need for us to access or have property access through an easement purpose, as opposed to acquiring whole parcels of property to provide beach access.
I think I get it. So really and truly, it's separate and apart from the condemnation proceedings. You're actually
Yes.
trying to find a mechanism for the government to establish perpetual easements over land.
Correct.
Okay, because I really want to focus on the crux of this matter, which is the government taking private property. I noticed that you both avoided, or not that you avoided it, because you are government, you represent the government, but we cannot ignore that property is a constitutional right. The ownership of private property is a constitutional right. That's why you cannot take it without going through specific procedure. So the way that I read it, what the sponsor is trying to do here is to make sure that when you take private property for public use, that in fact you use it for that use. And so we can't ignore returning property to productive private use. If you're holding it for 25 years, you're actually removing it from the tax base of the government, if you think about it, because the government doesn't pay taxes. So we're losing money for 25 years. But I'm going to start. I just wanted to point that out. I really want to hear my colleagues on this issue. Maybe you have a bigger problem on the island of St. Thomas than we do on the island of St. Croix. That's one of the good things about being on a big island. So we will start with the small island, but beautiful island of St. John, my colleague, Senator Bolquez.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to our testifying panel here for the bill before us. What I'm hearing is pertinent to DPNR is they recommend some significant amendments, a repurposing clause, a reliance on planning tools like the land and water use plan in order to make such decisions, and also concerns about the timeline that they may not reflect what is considered to be realistic planning. And then from the Department of Property and Procurement, concerning the timeline, again, which may hinder long-term projects, is basically what I'm hearing. Risk litigation, financial losses, speculative claims. So, let's just get into it. I want to start off with DPNR concerning your repurposing clause. How would that function in process exactly, in practice? What repurposing clause what do you mean by that specifically?
So basically, that's identifying an alternate use for the property. So essentially,
I'm going to stop you there. I wanted to at least put that on the record. So when someone has eminent domain, a property is taken over by eminent domain, isn't it just for that one specific use only? Currently,
DPP,
based on law?
answer that question.
Attorney?
Good morning, Senator. The property is acquired for a particular public need, as identified through the eminent domain process.
Historically, have we utilized property that we took by eminent domain for other purposes?
Historically, we've been using them for the purposes that they've been acquired. So a lot of what you see with the eminent domain proceedings, it will be to acquire, let's say, right-of-ways for expansions of road projects. You see it a lot, too, for, like, drainage easements, widening of roads. That's what's been going on most recently. The scenic outlook on Skyline Drive, we acquired that through eminent domain. Where the Enid Ball Library is, that was acquired through eminent domain.
If I may stop you just there, how many eminent domain, I don't want to call them projects, but cases, if I can call them that, do we currently have before us now in the government? Are there many? Do you have a number associated with those cases?
There are things in flux associated with some ongoing road projects. So it might be either a situation where we have started through negotiated purchase, we've either reached an impasse, or there might be like a dispute to ownership. So right now it's about 10, and while it's about 10, it's not for 10 different projects because the roadways span, miles.
And
there would be different properties along the way.
And what is the median amount of time that those have existed, if off the top of your head?
It really just depends.
2 minutes.
Some of the more recent ones, the original offers are from 2024. And there is a matter that I'm aware of that's from 2020 that's not settled as yet.
So generally, they haven't taken more than a decade per se?
Not really, no.
No? Okay, and if there was a amendment, because I know that you are suggesting amendments to the bill, but if there were an amendment, the most substantial amendment, what would that be right now for you as the Department of Property and Procurement and to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources? What would that substantial amendment look like? What
Lisa
would it
Alejandro.
entail?
Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of DPP. Senator, to your question, it's a great question. It's a great question, and I think I would look first at perhaps defining public use.
1 minute.
Making it clear on what public use is, the causes, making public use and those things measurable. I think is important also to it, determining what progress looks like, because in some instances, as we discussed in testimony, provided in testimony, it may not be visible. So I think public use, we should start with defining what public use is.
And to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources?
DPNR also co-signs with what Property and Procurement just shared in terms of expanding upon the existing definitions of public use within Section 411.
Okay, and Madam Chair, may I wrap up, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is stems from a conversation that my colleagues and I had prior to the meeting commencing. Like, what exactly does progress look like in that area, in the sense of there are certain things that the government would have to invest, whether it's designs, planning, strategies, permits, and if a marker is hit, meaning 25 years, 10 years, 8 years, whatever it is, what happens to that investment? Does that roll over to now giving the first right of refusal to the individual who originally owned the property, and they would have to also pay back those funds? So that is a question, not directly for you, but just something that we've pondered upon in discussion. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Those were really great questions that I wanted. Point of information, Senator Francis Heilega, go right ahead.
Good day to my colleagues. My quick question I wanted to ask had to do with the concern in regards to defining public use. I know public use is already defined in the code, so are you suggesting that we expand on that? Because I want to make sure, because the definition of public use is not in my bill because it already exists. So your concern is to expand it within the code in another section of the code.
Anyone?
Yes, Senator, to your point.
That is to the two individuals that spoke and said that would be their greatest amendment they would need
Okay,
to expand on the definition of public use.
okay. Go right ahead, Commissioner. I believe you mentioned about the definition, correct?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. And you know, great concern and question raised to that. But Senator, the reason why we will believe that it may need some expansion, if we would say so, for public uses, because there are discourse with regards to the initial use of a property if it's taken by eminent domain and utilized for public purpose, public use in building a project that may have been because of changes, environmental changes, doing the process of acquiring it by eminent domain for larger construction projects. So determining that public use, it may be an alternative use of the property, but it is used essential purpose was for public use. That's basically on the side of defining it a little bit more. It may change in spec, however, defining it is important that it is utilized strictly for the public use.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, can I just wrap up with this? For clarity, I don't have an issue with defining public use, but in the context you just said it is a major concern for me. Because what you're basically saying is that if you take somebody's property by eminent domain to build a hospital, and you decide that after 20 years, okay, we're not going to build a hospital, if we go ahead and expand it, you could then say, well, hey, 20 years later, well, we think it's a good area to put a parking lot, and that's public use. Then what would be the purpose of this bill? The key is that if you utilize the law to take a property by eminent domain for a particular purpose, and within 25 years, if you have not utilized it for that purpose, the people you took it from have the option to get it back. But you're basically talking about, we really don't want to give it back. We'll find another reason to justify why the government should keep it. And that's what your suggestion is saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I agree. I agree because you did cause me concern when you said alternative use or alternate use, but we can talk about that a little more, because taking of private property is very serious and invasive. It's an invasive tool by the government. It seems to me as if you're saying, though, over the years, Attorney Moranci was giving examples of, for example, widening of roads, which I think most people will agree that that is for a public use. I also want to say that I did not find the definition of public use really in the VI code. I did not. Can you point out to me where? Because what I'm seeing is examples of public uses, but not necessarily a definition. And I mean, the definition would be, of course, used by the public or beneficial for the public. I guess it would be those terms, right? But can you point out where in a code I can find a definition that doesn't just give me examples?
Good morning. So there isn't an enumeration of exact uses because it will be fact specific for each particular situation. And so with the Supreme Court having long interpreted public use as public purpose, it's really upon the legislature of each jurisdiction to define what that means for each particular purpose. And then in going through the actual condemnation proceeding, of course, the government has to establish the actual project or the use that it's going to be for. And then that is part of the determination that the court goes through as to whether it actually meets a public need.
But in section 411, it actually enumerates public uses. It goes public buildings, wharfs, docks, piers, telephone, telegraph lines, sewer systems, parks. It actually gives those. It doesn't, so there is an enumeration. I'm just wondering why you're asking for an expansion to include what? No, because that's very broad, I think. So what exactly are we not, do we not have in the VI code that you want to expand upon in your definition? That's the question.
Assistant Commissioner Walker, DPNR. So on our side, in terms of the comprehensive land and water use plan, there is very vague language in terms of like environmental uses. I don't have the statutes in front of me right now to recite, but in researching the enumerations, as you just mentioned, it was very vague in terms of a lack of considerations for modern society. So you wouldn't see things such as a lot of the broadband stuff that we've put up in recent years. Additionally, just sustainable use, cultural uses, and for climate resilience factors, those things are not considered in the current legislation, not the senator's proposed bill, but in fact what is actually current legislation under 411.
So you're proposing that we define public use, which, like I said, is just a purpose beneficial to the community. I don't see it anything beyond that. Because as you said, Attorney Morency, you would go to court to show the court that, in fact, it is a purpose that's beneficial to the community. And then the court would determine whether or not it's a public use. Do you want us to be tighten that up for the court? Is that what you're asking? We really want to fix this statute. So that's why I'm asking these questions, because I don't like alternate use either. I really don't. So let's be as specific as possible.
So yes, I do believe there is an opportunity for revisions to the definition. In the commentary to Section 411, I believe it's something we lifted from Alaska. So some of the enumerated uses in there do not specifically apply to the conditions in the Virgin Islands. So that would be something that we could get, we could remove from the definition. And then, of course, as DPNR expands on the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, to be able to incorporate some of the additional uses that DPNR would need.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner Alejandro, to the best of your knowledge, do we or have you heard of the government taking land by eminent domain, acquiring land through the process of eminent domain, and not utilizing it for its intended purpose?
Senator, I will say that based on my knowledge of the process of eminent domain, the government acquiring property through that process, I can't say that the government has not utilized it for the purpose. If there is, there may have been one or two that I may be aware of, not specifically in detail, but that it was used for public purpose, and specifically within the years that we're talking, it may not have been developed into such.
Mm-hmm. It's in the bill we have, there's proposed language for 25 years. For quite some time now, I know we've been trying to acquire some properties to widen Rappoon Hill. How long, to the best of your knowledge?
May have been over from the early 1990s or the early 19, somewhere around there, but it has been many, many years. And of course, the ability to negotiate with all of the interested parties within the areas has been one of the greatest challenges in moving forward in that process. So it's been many, many
at times
years.
it's quite a lengthy
It
process.
is a lengthy process. And then, on the other side of that, you get into things like financing and bonding, and then the government having to ensure that the finances are in place to do those things. So there's a caveat of variables.
So 25 years may not be the best number for that.
That is correct. And I'm glad the senator mentioned it, if I may, earlier. 25 years, she utilized it as basically the best bet. Most construction contracts may be completed, capital projects may be completed within that time. But we're looking at a new age, a new time when we're doing P3 developments, these large-scale development, resilient projects, and it just may not fit into that timeline.
In your testimony, you spoke about, I don't want to use the word Pandora box, but they give or take, it may start some issues where people who were well resourceful that had the property previously may want to come back now and acquire the property. You want to expound a little bit on that?
2 minutes.
Yes, so, and I guess perhaps utilizing, and it wasn't calling on who has money or who don't have money to do it, but again, because the property was called for a public use, and here is where alternate may come in. If it was taken by, acquired through eminent domain. So yes, there may be some, and as you know, that's gets on the litigation side of things. It will continue if, in fact, there was some increase in the property value because the government began developments that we may not be able to see, as you know, engineering plans, those type of things that you don't see on the surface. But then, you may have an interested party that comes back to a parcel, something that was, development has begun. So it is those challenges that we are presenting that may need to be represented in the bill.
You mentioned,
1 minute.
You mentioned that other jurisdictions use a right of first refusal model
Yes.
when the government disposes of eminent domain property. Would you consider that a more balanced approach than the mandatory reversion system?
Yes, yes, Senator. And I just want to state that accountability is important, and this body plays a major role in it as well. So we are not at all opposed to that, but I think that is one option that could be considered.
Thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you for your responses, testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I want you to know, though, that in my mind, you
point of
open the Pandora's box of questions, and I hear the sponsor asking. Point of information, go right ahead, Senator Francis Heiliger.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear because I'm taking my notes. So based on your suggestion, if the government never offers to give this property back, that is the only way based on what you just shared with my colleagues, it would ever be given back. So it would still depend on the government to offer to give it back. Okay. The second thing I was concerned about was the narrative in regards to negotiations. You were speaking a little bit about, say, the road widening project, and it might take several years with negotiating with individuals to take these properties by eminent domain. My legislation speaks to once the government has the property in their possession, they have up to 25 years. I am not saying, I'm not including your negotiations. It is once you own it, once it is under the government. And I think it's embarrassing that the government of the Virgin Islands is here having a debate that would potentially take a quarter of a century to potentially put up a building. I understand that there's projects that have taken over the years. None of these projects you spoke of involved eminent domain. And I understand what you're saying, but we're having a conversation about a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas, which I'm willing to entertain, but we're constantly going off of the conversation as to what this bill is about. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to go to Senator Potter, Milton Potter, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, good morning, colleagues, and good morning to our testifiers who are before us today. You know, eminent domain, when I think about it, is really, it gives the government extraordinary power and authority to acquire personal property belonging to a citizen or resident in the community. It takes really exceptional, extraordinary steps when you think about it. And shouldn't the government be held accountable under those circumstances? If I am saying I am going to acquire the property of a senator to build a necessary highway that's critical for public use, and then 25 years later, it still hasn't been done. In principle, shouldn't the government really be held accountable for doing what it says it was going to do originally when they acquired the property and compensated, this person accordingly? But that person didn't set out to sell the property. I may have had this property with the intent of doing something for my family, having it as a part of my generational stock. And that's just a question that I'm putting out there. Maybe the testifiers, whoever wants to take a bite at that. Wouldn't it be reasonable to say that 25 years, another bill sponsor just mentioned it, would be a reasonable timeline for the government to do what it says it was going to do when it acquired the property?
So, Senator, thank you for the follow-up question. Most definitely. And so should the government be held accountable. But I think if we're talking, forward-thinking in developing these practices, it has to be solutions that are balanced and functionable. So if the government does not do what it says it's going to do within 25 years, I think we need to look at a solution that is fair, because then you talk about the government may have made significant financial investments in certain properties. How do we recoup from those if it was in the billions? Mm-hmm. But it did not come to fruition, as said. So that's all we're saying, that we believe the solution should be balanced and functional.
Okay. So,
and, I'm sorry, Attorney Moranti, if you may allow her.
Sure.
Good morning. And then in considering the timeline as well, like one of the things we see with other jurisdictions is where
2 minutes.
There is an actual definition of what would be considered lack of progress. Okay. And then there are distinctions between whether the property has remained unimproved or whether it has been improved. So those are additional considerations that we would like to see brought to the table as well as we consider amendments for the future.
I agree. I can agree with that. Because if the government has made a substantial investment in a property and it may not be we may not be able to visually see it, but if the government substantially invested in a property, there should be some mechanism to recoup that, or that should be a part of the consideration as to whether the government has taken some steps within that 25-year threshold. So I agree with you. Should there be some consideration for different tiers, timelines for different, depending on the intended use, maybe to
1 minute.
Do some critical infrastructure, emergency infrastructure project? Should I have a shorter timeline than maybe an economic development initiative. So should we have different tiers depending on the use of the property?
If I may, Senator, I think that's a great question, but I think who we should have at the table here too as well would be DPNR, not DPNR, DPW, Public Works. Then we have housing projects that will not fall specifically under the central government in those areas, but they have authority of eminent domain as well. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, I would say, and I'm not the expert in engineering, but I think that's a great question with regards to tiers. And perhaps my colleague for DPNR can speak to what their concerns would be.
Okay. Commissioner?
Assistant Commissioner Walker, DPNR. So for
Time.
on DPNR's perspective, when it comes to permitting, the things that we can do locally, we do them. However, when it involves our federal partners in terms of historic preservation or the Army Corps of Engineers, those reviews tend to take a longer period of time, and we do not have control over that. We've seen that in a variety of different projects, not specifically eminent domain, but it's taken years in many cases. You know, you have the Summers End project over in St. John, what Viper recently collaborated with WICO in doing with the dredging of Long Point. You know, these are all examples where Army Corps of Engineers has taken a considerable amount of time to review those plans, and that is where we see an issue taking place where it may not appear on the surface that anything is happening, but behind the scenes something is.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. When you come to me, the private property owner, and you say to me, I need your property for a public purpose, for the people need to use it, and you convince the court that in fact you should take my property and you're going to give me just compensation as required, at that point in time in my life, you are saying to me, you need my property right now. And that's why you're taking it right now. So why should I not then hold you to the fact that you came after my private property and 25 years later down the road, you are telling me that there is invisible planning? Because that's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing, for example, if I see, when it comes to property, property is tangible. I can go and I could pick the soil up that you took from me, the soil, right? And you haven't touched that soil. You haven't done anything. No physical manifestation of this public use that you said you're going to take it from me for. You know, I'm really big about private property, as you can tell. So 25 years later, that soil is still there, no physical movement. I mean, if we're going to say materially use the property, I cannot in my mind see this invisible planning that you're telling me about. So I can't see mere planning, future intentions, or an unrelated use as constituting material use, or as my colleague said, substantial use. But I'm going to move on because I know that this is an area for me that I feel strongly about. So Senator Noel Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too want to take a moment to denounce the recent shooting incident that happened at Minnesota legislators, and just really to say that I continue to pray, for that situation there. I done a bulletproof vest for my own life preservation for 25 years, and it's hard to think that I have to now start to put back on one being a legislator. So, I certainly stand in support of those individuals in the Minnesota as well as nationwide. We have some challenges ahead of us. But I want to thank all of the testifiers for their testimony this morning. And there's some underlying situation here that that I'm not privy to in respect to this piece of legislation, but I could support it. For me, it seems to be a use it or lose it clause that's being developed here. And obviously, when we take property that's needed by eminent domain, is for the greater good of the community, which means that there should be some timeline by which this property should be used. My hang up in this whole situation, I believe the time, the 25 years, and I think that I'm more prone to consider 30 years there. And even when you look at the 25 years, you talk about 6 administration, as well as perhaps 12 legislators later that will be deciding whether or not this property should be repurposed or be given back in this instance. But we have a Vision 2040 plan. We have a housing plan. We have a road plan. Again, certain timelines by which we're hoping to be able to accomplish certain things. So I believe that it's only rightful that if you're going to take the property, that it should be used at some point. I, however, believe when I see what happened to the bypass and some of these other areas that it took decades for construction work to be done, that there should be some conditional mechanism built into this legislation or this discussion in respect to active part forward. So I wanted to ask Property and Procurement, and particular Attorney Moranci, if there was any consideration in terms of what conditions could be established in terms of the active pursuit of the intended purpose of the acquisition of the property by eminent domain, in terms of some movement that's occurring that may cause the delay of the use of the property. Any consideration on that?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for the question. Absolutely, yes. One of the things that we noticed and
2
considered
minutes.
Is that failure to put the property to the intended purpose was not necessarily defined. The vote was not necessarily defined either. And so it begs the question as to whether steps involved in the planning count towards putting the property to use. Some jurisdictions have defined what they mean by failure to use. They have defined what they mean by lack of progress, what's considered actually putting it to the public use. And those are some of the considerations that we want to see, as well as what a reassessment could look like. Some jurisdictions have the government reaffirm the intended public purpose after a particular period of time, such that the government is still actively engaged in pursuing this process. And so those are considerations that we are willing to discuss.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Alejandro, in respect to the 25 versus 30 years,
1 minute.
Do you have a position on that?
Well, 25 again versus the 30 years, I will say, Senator, that I think determining, as Attorney Moranci mentioned, determining what progress looks like is important in that it's going to vary from projects to projects. And so I believe that, we have to have those clear, functional guidelines, or else we would be subject to the interpretation of courts.
Very well, thank you. And Deputy Commissioner Walker, in respect to some of the recommendations that have been made by DPNR, have you had an opportunity to have this discussion with the bill sponsor and some of those recommendations?
Assistant Commissioner Walker, no, we have not.
Time.
I'm sorry, I call you Deputy Commissioner. I demoted you Assistant Commissioner. I'm sorry. No discussion with her in respect to the recommendations you said?
No, we have not, but we are open to that.
Okay. Very well. I think I heard all my time is going to be called. So again, I appreciate. I'm not a member of this committee, but I appreciate the discussion. But I think that some conditional mechanism again that triggers the ability to determine whether or not there is active pursuit in being able to use the property or repurposing it. It should be a built-in to the discussion as we move forward in consideration of this legislation. But I could certainly support something like this because, again, the property is needed for greater use of the community, the greater good of the community. So it should have some timeline by which we're able to accomplish this. What that timeline is, I prefer to see it be 30 versus the 25. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Point of information.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator Potter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to piggyback off of the discussions of the previous speaker, the notion of active progress, and I think Assistant Commissioner Walker, you may have spoken about this in your testimony. Do you have in your mind what would constitute active progress, just for amendments' sake with regards to this bill? If we were to put some parameters in the bill concerning, if the government has demonstrated active progress, that that would be one way of putting some. I'm trying to get the words in terms of the 25-year period. This would be an opportunity to, I guess, put a halt to it, to the 25-year period. What, in your view, would constitute active progress? And I know projects are different, so it would have to be broad enough and general enough to, move across, the varying projects.
Assistant Commissioner Walker. So having been at the Department of Property and Procurement prior to my time now at DPNR, I would say definitely going through the solicitation process for the actual projects, and then, of course, going through the permitting review process and approvals, in many cases from our federal partners, which have the ultimate thumbs up on these projects. Not all, but a vast majority of them, especially when it comes to infrastructure, would be considered active in terms of progress being made on the respective projects where eminent domain did take place.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I want to ask the testifiers to think about the fact that when a property has not been used for 25 years or more, that you've really eroded the trust that citizens have in the eminent domain process. Because you've taken my property and you said you want to use it for this purpose. You don't. I no longer trust you. I see that as an abuse of power. In a sense, it may even be where you're land banking, or it's a placeholder for things that you see in the future. I'm just thinking about why people may not feel that the government is treating them right when it comes to their ownership of private property. But I did see in the testimony offered by Assistant Commissioner Walker, one mechanism that I think would be useful, which is the transparency and reporting requirement, right? Where you say that there's a publication of an annual report where the government would say, and you have here list all properties acquired through eminent domain, and the report will include the property's location, current status, intended use. But I'm going to tell you, I stopped at intended use because I didn't like any changes in use, I didn't like transfer, and I didn't like repurposing. But I do like that paragraph, and maybe we can, don't you, and I'm going to ask you about those last three, changes in use, transfer, repurposing, don't you think the government should, in fact, if it is a public use related to the initial public use, right? There's some relation. I can understand that. But don't you think that the government needs to then justify the change in use? Can you speak to that, please?
So I did talk about the government undergoing an agency petition for a alternate use or change of use for the property. So let's take, for example, the schools. We have a vast amount of schools. There were plans to have other schools built. Of course, our population has diminished. So ultimately, if you had a property previously identified for a school per se, and you no longer have the student population for that, but then that property also serves the purpose, could serve the purpose as a meeting center of sorts for the community or a shelter of sorts, why can't we have that discussion to say, okay, well, we no longer need a school here, but it could also still serve the purpose that the school would have provided originally in being a community center of sorts as a multiple use, for it as a school.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to give you triggered in my mind a real life example. And Commissioner Alejandro, I don't mean to put you on the spot with this one, but it just triggered that. We recently had before us the use of property with the Port Authority, with the Cancun School. And I'm using that example only because that property was federal government property. And it was deeded to the Virgin Islands, or it was a deed, but it contained restrictions on the use of the property for a school. And I believe, I'm really speaking now from the limited research that I had, you had to go back to the federal government to then, which happens, you go back to the federal government for a change in use. I'm just wondering if can't we then, because now it's no longer going to be used as a school, can't we then have a similar process where you not necessarily give the private owner the ability to restrict the change in use if it's still related, if it's still a public use, but somehow in that publication say to them, this is now the public use that is going to be used for. I'm just trying to find a solution here with regard to, I don't necessarily like the repurposing. I definitely don't like the transfer. Transfer, no. Because I can't give you can't take my property and then you transfer it to who? I mean, we need to restrict that also. You understand where I'm going? If you want to comment.
I do, Senator, and thank you. It goes to the point that was just discussed with regards to there's another development that would serve the public that may not be specifically why it was taken for under eminent domain. However, it serves a similar purpose. So I do agree that a transparent discussion with the community, etc., or this body would definitely be in place for us to move forward if, in fact, the government believes and is certain that the alternate, if I may say, is utilized for the greater public use. So absolutely, we can utilize the same process.
Okay, thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the listening public. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues. I too join the nation in condemning the action taken against the senators in Minnesota. I also condemn all violence here in the Virgin Islands, especially the shooting we've been having lately. We've been having a whole lot. We have to choose. In this territory, we need for sure never to choose violence. Never. Violence never wins. And the answer for sure for us is to start to travel away from that behavior, because I condemn all shooting here and afar. And we could write laws, but we can't change people's heart. That's for sure. So I will tell everybody here, we got to start to look forward for peace. Peace and love, so we can move forward. This is to Commissioner Alejandro. I too support expanding what is public use. I am in support of public use for sure, like expanding on it. It's a question I have for myself when we start to talk about eminent domain. Is it possible to, the only way we could derive, the question is deriving at how a land is taken by eminent domain. Yes, you go for market value, but is it possible by any chance? This is a question I have. Could you swap for land instead of having money and the family might have been able to get at a different location on island? Is that ever been used before, or just only monetary payouts on the eminent domain? That's my question.
To my knowledge, Senator, it's usually because of how the process is engaged prior to eminent domain. In most instances, perhaps a family may not want to give up their property or exchange their property. But this begins with discussion, engagement, public awareness as well. And eminent domain is, in fact, the last option. Now, I am not saying that it is the government may just decide not to give up any other swapping rights, etc., but it's usually the last resort when we're unable to negotiate.
Okay, to your knowledge, have the government ever taken a property through eminent domain and for whatever reason, I don't know if maybe it's not ready to start the project and turn around and sublease that property different for the reason of the eminent domain?
I will let Attorney Moranci provide a response.
Good afternoon, Senator.
2 minutes.
There are discussions about one property that may have been acquired for one use, where given the length of time that has passed since the actual acquisition, no one knows for sure what the actual intended use was, and that property has been leased pursuant to an approved lease and rezoned for commercial use.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no more questions.
Of course, you know, thank you for your questions. I do think the suggestion about exchange is something that would happen, like you said, in the negotiations, because as pointed out, eminent domain is the last resort, right? That's when everything falls apart. But it is an intriguing idea, though, to exchange property if the government has property to exchange and is willing to exchange. I think that's a good idea that was put on the table that we as a government should consider, because then it keeps, especially with property that has been in let's say a family for a long time, and they understand the public use, but they also want to retain ownership of property. You know, they may not need the cash. Is something that, is that possible? Is something that you can probably in the future entertain as part of your negotiations?
Well, Senator, absolutely. And again, negotiations is what it is. If in fact the one party is able to negotiate on another piece of parcel, that maybe, I think that's within the government's right to do. The government has the authority to do that. And so I don't think that is far removed from what negotiations, what occurs during negotiations.
Okay, and then the other question that was raised by the senator asking about a property that was then leased for or rezoned for commercial use, but it still is in the ownership of the government.
That is correct.
So, okay, I want to make that clear. The
That is
government
correct, Senator.
still owns it, so the government is receiving income from the leasing of the property.
Correct, and that goes
Okay.
towards, again, providing on our business and commercial side, being able to provide that compensation to the staff as
Okay.
well.
Okay, I wanted to make that clear. Thank you. We are now going to go to Senator Frederick for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues, and my awesome staff and the people of this beautiful Virgin Islands. I want to put in a little twist to our discussion. Commissioner Alejandro, thank you so much for appearing. Are you familiar with adverse possession? Another issue about personal property being taken away from an individual.
Just being taken away and not through the process of eminent domain?
Right, adverse possession. That time period is 15 years, right?
That is correct.
This bill specifically, Bill 36-0070, is speaking specifically to 15 years. There's 25 years versus 15 years. And we are having concerns that 25 years of uninterrupted usage, that might be a little, some people might see that as being long. Some people might think it's not long enough. But for adverse possession, it's only 15 years, and someone could take away your personal private property. So I wanted to put that out there so the public understands the issue of holding on to private property. It could be as little as 15 years. So the sponsor of this bill was generous to put it at 25 years, and some states it's even longer. So this discussion about the time period, it's important to have and put it in perspective. But the trigger on this particular bill is when it says it must be devoted, and that's the key term. What triggers something to be devoted as to whether or not it's going to be returned to the owner or not? That's really my question. Commissioner?
Well, presently, and I guess I suppose that is the intent of the bill, that if it is not utilized within the 25-year period, it gives the family or the person in interest the opportunity to go back to the courts to retrieve that property. Outside of that, the law is silent after eminent domain. A property is acquired through eminent domain.
But in your testimony, we talked about, you said utilization, and I'm trying to stick to the specific language of what's being proposed here, which is devoted. The word devoted is key, because devoted to public use. Right. So DPNR mentioned, what if there's funding issues? What if the funding is partially made? Is it now devoted, or is it not devoted?
2 minutes.
Can we start from that point?
Yes, and I think that was speaking to progress in terms of whether or not, because progress was made, but the project was not completed within the 25 years. And it goes the same as we are discussing, and that is the question here today. How do we define, or should we define, what progress looks like after the period has expired and there is an appearance that the government has not made good on its interests?
And this unique trigger, when we determine a definition, I guess DPNR in particular, their concerns would be our comprehensive land and water use plan, how public use is defined at that point? Or is it based on property and procurement definition is we've already contracted
1 minute.
Someone to do some work at the property. It's under environmental review or architectural and engineering review. When do we determine when the land is actually being used so that the provision of this bill doesn't cause harm to the government?
Senator, I will say again, because progress may be hard to define, progress is not defined, so it can be at any time during the progress. So 25 years has come. However, let's case in point, the government may have already established at the end of that 25 years, they were able to put together the full architectural design. They have been in discussions with the party. They have the developers in place. So I think all of these variables need to be defined, if they can, in what progress looks like. Because I think
Time.
Our concerns is that if it gets into litigation, it is left to the interpretation of the courts to determine whether or not the government has made good faith on its interests. And that's why we're here today, because nothing in the law speaks to whether or not progress was made and what progress would look like.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. I do want to say that with respect to adverse possession, I don't want to confuse the two with eminent domain, but adverse possession is, for example, I go on your property, I am a private individual, you're a private landowner, I build a house, I live there for 15 years, actual, continuous, hostile, claiming that this property is my property, and after 15 years, for those people out there who don't know, it becomes, I get title. I'm presumed to then have title to the property. But you cannot adversely possess against the government of the Virgin Islands. So don't think you could go on property that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands and do that. I remember way back, I think in Puerto Rico, some people went in the El Yunque and built. If you ever take a tour, you'll see some structures that people went in there because it was hidden and built and lived for, and the government said, no, you cannot adversely possess against the government. But that's still an issue on the island of St. Croix, I understand, in certain areas, so that's another topic. But that's adverse possession that that's the senator was referring to. I believe now, okay, next we have Senator Kurt Viale. It's time for your 5 minutes, Senator Viale.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, St. Croix. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I'm reading the bill and trying to make a determination as to whether or not it's in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands or whether or not it's going to open a can of worms. I know, just reading back on the bypass project for Crucian said, the idea was conceived in the 70s, in the early 70s, and construction of that started in 2007, and completion was 2013. So it definitely was over 30 years that project took to be able to commence and be completed. And we know, I mean, no matter how we try to work around it, we know that major projects in the Virgin Islands take a substantial period of time, and not only because of funding, but because of other nuances that are included. The first sentence states that in this bill, a property that has been acquired through eminent domain must be devoted to the public use for which it is acquired, not more than 25 years after the acquisition. There is no language or any explanation of the abandonment of the idea for public use, and how would that be defined? Is it just as simple as it was taken for eminent domain, and if nothing has taken place or no construction has taken place for 25 years, that now the property owner has the opportunity to be able to reacquire the property? And property and procurement, in reference to the taking of the property, no property taxes would have been paid on the property for 25 years, right?
Correct, Senator.
So it would be like a 25-year exemption from property taxes, and you are able to acquire the property at the same value that was taken from you?
As the bill is written, that is correct, sir.
Okay, I also see in subsection 416, it states that all actions of condemnation, subsection 416A, all action for condemnation of property under this chapter shall be brought in the district court. And this bill speaks to the Superior Court. Do you see an issue with that in reference to what is presently in the code?
I believe there was some amendment. I don't recall the term off the top of my head, but those actions have been transitioned to the Superior Court already.
Okay. I'm also, the public use is
2
defined
minutes.
in section 411. So are sections of 411 going to be exempted from this particular bill to make sure if it was a public access to a beach, a park to be established, but the road was never built to the beach, or the walkway was never built to the beach? Are we going to say that that is no longer allowed after the 25-year period because no work was done on it? I think the bill is, I understand the purpose of the bill, but it is far-reaching, and I think we need to take a very, very close look at that particular section to make a determination as to whether or not it is going to be in the best interest of the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
1 minute.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. And that's why that public reaffirmation that you have is important. Yes,
Well, 1 minute, Madam Chair.
No problem.
I'm also
Go ahead.
the question, since I had a minute left. Land can be taken by eminent domain through the local government or the federal government. If the land is taken through eminent domain for a federally funded project, and the acquisition of those lands come from the federal government, and this bill passes, where does the money go that the property owner is going to repay? Do we have such an agreement with the federal government that it goes back to the federal government, or does it go to the local government? And is this type of transaction approved by the federal government? If they take some land by eminent domain for X amount of dollars, and then the owner is going to reclaim the land and they pay the money to the local government, then the local government would have to remit the money to the federal government?
Time.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And Senator, great question. That's why it was necessary for us to do a lot of research with regards to this eminent domain process. Basically, it's left to a lot of the states to make the determination, which we did not see much that says after 25 years or after X amount of years, it reverts back to. We did see that if, in fact, the government does not have, in most cases, the government does not have the purpose for the land, that the previous owner has first right. With regards to federal properties, to our knowledge, we didn't see where the federal government would, the property would revert back to an owner if the federal government had taken it by eminent domain.
Okay, and I raise that question because I know a lot of the properties that were taken for eminent domain in the Virgin Islands, whether it was the area up by the bypass or the building of the Melvin Evans Highway, those are federal funds that were utilized. And I'm trying to think of, are there a lot of projects, Commissioner, that have been, where land have been acquired by eminent domain by the local government, by the GVI, and not the federal government?
Yes, we do have a few that the government had taken by eminent domain, and as you well know, Senator, because back then we did not have the type of recording as we have today. That has been an issue in pulling the documentation together and getting those things. So that's also one of the recommendations we made. But yes, the government has taken property by eminent domain.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. And as I was saying too, that's why it's important for the reaffirmation, right, of the government saying, yes, we still are going to move forward with the public use for which we bought it. And that's one of the, I think, one of the amendments that definitely would protect the government in terms of, well, protect the government and as well as notify the public that yes, we're still going to build that bypass. It's just taking a longer time than we anticipated, right? Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Tell them to turn me on, please. Don't silence me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, I heard a lot of conversation about the government, but what about the property owner? All of us in here, one day you go home, you had land where you work hard for that you bought, and hey, my children, them I gonna get, and I will give them this, and then the government comes and take it, and you say, okay, my child born 2000, by 25 years, 2025, I should be getting back my property if they don't do anything with it. You get it back, and then you now have to be the person subjected to like you done something wrong. Where do we stop? You know, I think the court is going to always ask about what's reasonable. You know, and I could care less whatever explanation the government brings. 25 years is a long time. 25 years. If any one of us had a child, grandchild, great-grandchild born 2000, there's 25 years old now. Doesn't that, you know, so we got to think on the local person, because remember, the national park and St. John is why St. John is how it is. Property that wasn't there for them to take, they took. The bridge to nowhere had a convenience store in Nada area that served thousands of people for years until they decided we're going to take the property because we want to build a bridge. That's why you get a name to nowhere that we appropriately named it now. I think in Bovoni, they took land by eminent domain, I think, to build a school. Ain't built yet. The only issue I have with this bill, to tell you the truth, is Section 1, subsection 423, failure to use property acquired by eminent domain. A property that has been acquired through eminent domain must be devoted to public use, for which it must acquire not more than, for which it was acquired not more than 25 years after the acquisition. And I'm saying that because, to me, that says all the property that this government have that was taken by eminent domain is probably over 25 years already. So if that Section A wasn't in, it at least gives you a clock from 2025, 25 years later, that the government still have a chance to hold it. But with this, A says, hey, all the property the government have, we're going to release it. And I think just being reasonable with the government and the owners of the property, I think they should have the 25 years from the date this is signed into law. Or whatever the process. So A actually makes it, we're going to get back all the property in government because I know all of them over 25 years.
2 minutes.
And so let's keep in mind the owner. That's why when we hear people talk about, we lost a lot of residents. St. Thomian people own a lot of property here in the territory. And because of things that happened over the years, they've lost it because it's gone abandoned. The government have taken it, different things like that. So hey, St. Thomian is, or the Virgin Islander is the visitor or the newest person in the Virgin Islands. Everybody else have come here and prospered. So I gonna fight for the persons who got property here, from here, will own it, but it was taken by eminent domain, and with no end, and whatever excuse the government wants to make, hey, we ain't ready yet. No. My children from 2000
1
to
minute.
25 or 25 years old now, I want to give my son a piece of land so he look to come back here or stay here. I want to give my daughter my piece of land so they stay here or come back here. How we going to bring back our people from where they come from or where they here, who here, to keep them here? Come on, man. 25 years? 25 years a long time. If you didn't have arthritis, you got arthritis after 25 years. We living long enough to say, hey, let's talk about us, our people, for a chance, a change, you know? The government, I heard, I'm the 8th person to speak, 8th senator. I heard the government, government 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 8 ain't gonna talk about the government. Number 8 gonna talk about the people who own these properties, carried big name from back when we were growing up, family name. You could hear that name and say, oh, I know that person. Now, we're giving everything away. And in closing, to the attorney, Morancin, I just want to make sure I get it right.
Time.
Has, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair, government property, to my knowledge, I think you mentioned it, have been taken by eminent domain, given to a developer, and the developer developed the property to build homes for the territory, and it was done that way in the government. So when you mention what you mentioned as an example, is that an example of what we're talking about? You didn't say specific, so I'm not asking for specificity. Mm-hmm. So don't put yourself in no hot water. But based on the comment you made about it wasn't used for the public use, it was used for some other use like that, you mentioned. So I just want to have you clear it up for me in terms of, you said not that it can't be done, but was it done? Based on your example.
To help you with that, it was when you said that it was rezoned commercial and leased to. Good. It was that example.
That's it, yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator. And the property remains a government property. The government still owns it. We're still the title owner to the property. And the property is part of our business and commercial unit right now, which is a public purpose, because economic development is a public purpose.
Owned by a private company.
Property and procurement owns the property. The property has been leased.
Leased to a private company or through commercial?
Through the business and commercial unit, which is the program where we come down here with our leases and you vote on it to approve on it. And so it is a government function pursuant to our responsibilities as property and procurement in managing the government's rental pool. And so that property right now is part of the government's rental pool.
Right. My family property was taken from me 25 years or more ago. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. You raised some excellent point. One of the points you said at the very beginning that I want to stress is that the person who the private property owner hasn't done nothing wrong. Sometimes people think, and it's kind of interesting, they have done absolutely nothing wrong. They simply own that property that the government now wants to use. And that's an excellent point that you made at the beginning. Another point that the senator brought out is that, Yeah, 25 years later, I could have in fact given my child that property for use, but you haven't used it yet. So you've denied me the ability to transfer, devise the property. So this is my 5 minutes now. Quickly, I kind of went into it already. Questions. Do you have any objection, because Senator DeGraff has me thinking in terms of, do you have any objection to the prohibition of the government not selling property that was obtained by eminent domain without offering a right of first refusal to the original owner or the heirs of that owner? What do you think about that? Just to make sure that we don't lose property.
Well, Senator, we're not opposed. It was a consideration, and it's in our testimony where we have seen other jurisdictions had done the same. If the government has no use for the property, that the government will, in fact, reach out to the persons in interest. They have the first right of refusal.
Yeah, the only caveat to that is that in your testimony too, you kept saying repurpose or alternate use. So it almost began to feel as if there would never be the opportunity for me as the original owner to say to you, the government, well, okay, 25 years later, you haven't used it. I don't want you to come back to me 25 years later when you have no intention of using it to say, well, now I'm going to use it for something else. And that's speculation too, just like you're talking about speculation on the other side. You understand what my concern is?
Yes, Senator. And as we've been discussing too as well, a part of the accountability, check and balances, and as well as transparency, those type of things, again, to manage accountability and tracking these projects, we strongly believe will help, to advance this proposal.
Thank you for saying that, because I strongly believe, as I said earlier too, about the private property owner, and so I understand where Senator DeGraff is going, because I felt that way from the beginning also, that you just hit on something that's important. We have to remember that, and he said it really well, the Savannah senator, I forget, I'm not supposed to say these names, I have to get used to this. There has to be a check and balance on the government's power of eminent domain so that it doesn't abuse its power. And you use the correct terms. Checks and balances also when you compare private and public owned property. That's very important, and I don't want us to lose sight of that. Public accountability that was mentioned.
2 minutes.
In DPNR, and I wanted to get to, there was a question that I had for the commissioner. If I can find it quickly. Do you not think that this bill, in a sense, will make the government more efficient, though, in terms of its planning, knowing that we have to go through letting the public know we're still going to be using the property, but as a government, we need to move and be more efficient in terms of utilizing private property that we've taken?
Well, Senator, I'm going to say, I don't think that a bill does it, to be quite frank. I don't think that it's a matter of a bill, but it's a matter of engagement. And the parties here,
1
the
minute.
central government and this body as well, has those, you already has those powers. You have those powers. So it's a matter of engagement, but not to say so much a bill, because, we want to be careful that while it is important, and if I may put on the record, Senator, I am as well a private owner of property, and so I had these thoughts when we were working and putting the bill together. My family, a long-standing family here in the community, was one subject to the same. And so we cannot at all overlook past hurt. But what we can do is work together, forward thinking in how we can best work to ensure that accountability. But as far as a bill,
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I agree with you. Good faith has to come from persons, right? From people. Yeah, you're right about that. And exercising powers responsibly, it comes down to people doing so. Okay, I am going to thank you for your patience,
Time.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You now have your 5 minutes to ask questions. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I want to take this time to thank the testifiers for this dialogue because I've been taking notes the entire time, and I think it's very important that when we do bring legislation forward through these conversations, we definitely see ways we can improve, or we could stick to our stance and say, hey, we're not really willing to alter the entire process. My first question I had, one of my colleagues asked it. There was a letter that was circulated to us that came from an attorney, unsolicited, but they sent a letter saying that they were opposed to this. And first thing popped into my head is what eminent domain property was taken and then leased to a private citizen that this attorney represents? That is the first thing that popped in my head. And that was my first question. And one of the colleagues did ask that. Do we have any property that was taken by eminent domain that was not utilized for the intended purposes and was turned over to a private citizen for lease? So I did not have a problem when I saw that letter because I already saw what it was about. So I don't even pay that letter any attention. To be honest with you, when we're having these types of discussions, I looked at all the different things that were said here today. I am not talking about, number one, negotiations. I am not talking about how long it takes to get the property in your hand. My concern is simple, and I'll give you an example. You have a grandmother that, with her husband, worked very hard to hold on to a property. They worked through their entire lives. They paid their property taxes in hopes of passing it down to a grandchild. The government steps in and says, hey, we actually need this property for the greater good. You convince the owners in negotiations, hey, give it up. They still fighting you. No, we're going to take it by eminent domain. Here's your cash. Okay, they're a little heartbroken, but a lot of times, a lot of us are patriots. We love our community, and we say, you know what? This was done in the best interest of the people as a whole. Yeah, I might only be able to give my grandchild cash. I really wanted them to own a piece of the soil because I don't have anything else to give them, but that's the best I could do for the greater good. 25 years later, not a plan has been drawn. Not an architectural design has been thought of. Not a turnover of a lick of the soil has been touched. But then for an example that was given here, they take that property and lease it to a private owner that now builds a commercial property that is now generating a mass amount of money, and that I'm still here. I might have passed away and passed on the story to my grandchild, and that grandchild is looking at the government like, what? You took away our lineage, our family wealth, and now somebody else is benefiting from it because. That's what's in my head. All this other stuff you guys are talking about, I have no problems with making simple amendments to protect if the government has a problem. Do you honestly think I'm talking about if the government has invested in architectural plans and they can't turn over a lick of sand or dirt 25 years later? How many years does it take to do architectural designs? We as a government have more architectural drawings for projects than we actually have completed projects. Because we like to take dollars and spend it on these projects and pay all these architectures, and nothing ever gets done. Do you honestly think that this bill, I really think we should stop a project that's already started, that we could clearly, visibly see stuff is being done? When you take a property by eminent domain, The commissioner has already shared that this is the last resort. You have to go in front of a judge and say, Judge, I am here to convince you as a government that I know these people want to hold on to their property. But in the best interest of this community, we have to take this property to build that school. We have to do it. And 25 years later, this government is still palinky birding up and down the place and did nothing. And then all we could hear from most of the people here is, how do we protect the government? What about the people you defrauded?
Well, we didn't defraud nobody.
That particular case you just referenced.
1 minute.
That you leased out eminent domain property to a commercially owned private citizen that's now making money off of that property. That property owner could take this government to court, because the argument that was made in court, if the land is not being utilized for that, that's defrauding them. But we have so many people in our community getting stomped on that we're so used to protecting the government, we're not looking at ways to protect the very people we take advantage of. That's not what I was elected for. I'm elected to create a happy balance. Some of the things you talked about, the transparency report, I support. What you talked about, defining progress, I think that was a good idea. I think we should actually put that in the bill, because I don't want it to have a situation where the government is claiming, hey, we actually were doing stuff, but 25 years later, and we can't even see the soil overturned. Madam Chair, could I quickly wrap up?
Go ahead, Senator.
I appreciate it. The conversation about repurpose basically is telling the people of this territory, if we take your property to build it for a school and 25 years later we don't build that school, just to hold on to it, we're going to repurpose it to a parking lot. Yeah, that's for the greater good. How can you do that to people and have no conscience of thinking that something is wrong here? We talked about easements and getting to beaches and all these different things. Okay. Why, if you already have an easement that the government has the right to do, which is for the greater good, if the easement is a road to get to that beach, what would stop you from returning the other 2 acres of land that you're not using? I don't understand some of the arguments that were made here. When you asked about defining public use, that to me could be a plus and a negative. You could define it and list all things that are for public use. But what happened to that one project the public needs that's not in that list? I personally think it should be how it was. You go to court, you petition the court, you make your argument before the judge as to why this property is for public use, and you go from there. Because when we start listing everything, you might miss the one thing that property needed to be taken for eminent domain. Why do that? So I see the pros and the cons, but I'm going to end my conversation here. And all I'm going to say is this. I don't have a problem with us defining progress so that there's something to show that the government has been doing something.
Yeah.
But if you can't show us that in 25 years you have done nothing significant as to the purpose you took those individual local residents' property for, we should not be sitting here embarrassing ourselves, because as a representative, I would feel embarrassed that a quarter of a century has gone by and we have done nothing as a government for the greater good of the people that you told the judge you needed this property for. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to also clear something up that was in a letter that we received. There was a statement in that letter that said that no comparable jurisdiction in the United States has adopted such a provision. That's not true, unless you, I don't know what comparable means in that setting, because Maine, Georgia, Kansas, Nevada, those are some of the ones I looked at, Iowa, North Carolina, and a number, I haven't even looked at some of the other states, have in fact this a similar provision to this that contains like some of the suggestions that you both mentioned: first refusal, the annual publication, or every 3 years a publication. The one thing though that I am also very, I would say, firm on is that if it's not needed, one, it's not needed. That would be one of my criteria for public use. After 25 years, it's not needed. And it's been unused, no use at all. I just can't see why we would allow the government to now decide after 25 years that you should be able to repurpose it. But I agree with the sponsor that if during those years, let's say year 10, you began to do the visible work that needs, sure. But you understand? But after 25 years of nothing, that's just too difficult to me to allow the government to abuse its power of eminent domain. That's the way that I look at it. I'm going to let you wrap up, though, because this has been a very, very good discussion. Excellent, quite frankly. And I appreciate the insights, the perspectives, your opinions, your recommendations. And so I'm going to ask you to provide a 30-second wrap-up, and then we will go into recess so that the committee can decide the way forward. So, Commissioner Alejandro, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I really would like to thank the committee for the invitation, first of all. In preparing for the bill, it was important for us to do the necessary research. It was. And as well as, senators have mentioned with regards to the public. What about the public? What about the private? I thought about it. We thought about it in writing because we are all here as well who have invested in this territory and have been here, that this is something that we ourselves can be the subject of. And so in doing so, we wanted to ensure that we can come here informed enough and to provide information based on, other jurisdictions, et cetera, and what we believe would also be in the best interest. So we thank you today for hearing our testimony. I want to thank the Department of Property and Procurement, the staff that work to assist us, and this body as well. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Assistant Commissioner Walker, you can proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Commissioner Oriol and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on the proposed legislation. I would like to, in closing, reaffirm that DPNR's commitment to responsible land stewardship and sustainable development through the lens of the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. We support the intent of Bill number 36-0070 to promote accountability in the use of eminent domain while also recognizing the need to balance private property rights with long-term public planning goals. But we must ask if the public need that justified the original taking still exists after 25 years, what then? Should the government be forced to return land that is still critical to community resilience, infrastructure, or environmental protection? We welcome the opportunity to work with the legislature to address such complexities and ensure that both public interests and private rights are preserved in a fair, forward-thinking manner. I'd like to thank Director Krieger for being here today, as well as Director Hibbert.
Thank you. Fair, forward. Yeah, moving, I agree. And the committee will now stand in recess. You are excused, and thank you again for what I consider, an excellent conversation on a significant issue. Thank you once again. The committee is in recess.
the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The committee is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 36-0070, an act amending Title 28 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, by adding Section 423 relating to failure to use property acquired through the exercise of the power of eminent domain, be held in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Hearing no objection. Motion, properly moved by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Bolquez, Senator Potter. Hearing no objection, roll call on bill number 36-00. Oh, and seconded by Senator Clifford Joseph. Hearing no objection, roll call on bill number 36-0070.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bolquez Jr. Yay.
Yeah, they hold it.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yay. Yes.
Senator
Yes.
Frederick yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. yay. Senator Marie C. James.
Yes.
Senator James yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. And Senator Kurt A. Viollet.
Yes.
Senator Viollet yay. Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, please state how many yeas and how many nays?
7 yeas, 0 nays, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0070, an act amending Title 28 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 19, by adding Section 423 relating to failure to use property acquired through the exercise of the power of eminent domain, will be held in committee at the call of the chair. So ordered. Thank you. We are now.
Personal privilege.
Yes, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, the sponsor of the bill. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I just want to take a few moments to thank the committee members as well as my colleagues and the testifiers. This is the beauty of going through the committee process. We brought forward a bill, and through discussion, we were able to hear some meaningful amendments that I think could strengthen and improve the bill. Some of them I don't agree with, but the ones that I believe could create a happy balance between the private sector and the government, I think would be a definite plus. So I look forward to this being back in front of the committee in short order. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and I totally agree with you. This is going to be a work in progress that's going to be meaningful, because I truly believe in this bill with the amendments that we receive. So thank you. We are now going to move into Block 2. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda.
Block 2. The committee will receive testimony from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor on the Street Addressing Initiative Program, including a comprehensive update, progress achieved, challenges faced, and anticipated timeline for next steps. Invited testifiers: Nadja Harrigan, Esquire, Acting Chief of Staff, Office of the Lieutenant Governor; Chris George, Administrator, GIS Division, Office of the Lieutenant Governor; Frandelle Gerard, Executive Director, Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will begin by first asking, I was going to say all the testifiers, but I think the testifier in this block to speak clearly, put your name on the record, a position, and then you actually can begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Maurice James, Chair Committee, Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, Senators of the 36th Legislature, and people of the Virgin Islands. My name is L. Christopher George, and I am the administrator of the Geospatial Information Systems Division and project manager of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Street Addressing Initiative, referred to as SAI. As the SAI is executing its final territory-wide phase, we would like to first thank you for the timely opportunity to present to this committee a comprehensive report on this historical critical infrastructure project. Accompanying me today are Assistant Project Managers Pedro Nieves in St. Croix and Mr. John D. Gums in St. Thomas. I will now provide a background summary of the Street Addressing Initiative, onto which the Virgin Islands has built a solid foundation and its 3 successful phases to date. It has been well documented in human history that navigation by thoroughfare is the most logical and efficient means of transportation. In developed societies, that way of transportation is linked to a property description and combines, producing a robust societal system. In the Virgin Islands, we have made do with one half of the coin while missing out on the advantages of a fully functioning system. Also note that street addressing in the Virgin Islands is not a new concept by any means. There have been several attempted iterations, and I would be remiss if I did not honor those that laid the groundwork, those who've passed effort of standardizing addressing in the Virgin Islands and whose shoulders we stand upon. Individuals such as Nathaniel Wells, Warren Callwood, Dr. Teresa Paris, Stevie Henry, Ms. Shauna Richards, Dr. Frank Mills, Lieutenant Governor Gregory Francis, among many others. These and others each played their part to get us where we are today. 2012, the SAI's first phase was a historic and lasting partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands, enabled by Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 74. It has been a priority for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor through the GIS Division to foster a working relationship with the university. This relationship has accomplished many specialized projects across the territory, but the SAI is our magnus opus. Phase 1 was the first step together, and it created what is now known as the Strategic Implementation Plan for Addressing. It is based on the culmination of successes and lessons learned from all the addressing iterations that came before. The SAI Implementation Plan has been publicly available since its release on the SAI project website. Though some conditions such as pricing and fieldwork have changed, it remains the guiding document for execution of this monumental project. Simply put, within this plan is the framework of why is it needed and how to get it done, specifically within the context of the Caribbean and the Virgin Islands. We can provide specific implementation details upon request, but for the purpose of this discussion, I will leave the technical details to be found therein. In 2013, the Strategic Implementation Plan for Addressing was then real-time tested in the SAI's second phase. Designated the SAI pilot phase, it was conducted in the historic districts of St. Thomas and St. John and the Mambiju community in St. Croix. This phase allowed us to rigorously test our data quality, technical presumptions, fieldwork, and community awareness response. At the end of the pilot phase, we generated a report that detailed where the initial suppositions fell short and where they were successful. The pilot phase report was then used to evolve and strengthen the SAI implementation plan for the next phase. This report can also be found on the SAI project website. Additionally, during the SAI pilot phase, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor created an efficient process for Virgin Islands residents and property owners to be able to name their roadways in their neighborhoods and communities. This is formally called the Community Road Naming Protocols. This process is streamlined and designed to be efficient as possible, but also provides the necessary substantive community engagement. The SAI provides continual support to neighborhood organizations, homeowners associations, communities, and individual residents in walking them step by step through the community naming protocol process. To date, we have assisted countless individual communities across the territory, as well as entire estates who has representing groups such as Estate Mountain, Smith Bay, Pearls, Grove Place, Santa Maria, and Carolina. Organizations such as Our Town Frederickstead, We From Upstreet, and the Coral Bay Community Council have been instrumental in progressing the SAI forward. This process will remain ongoing, and protocol details can also be found on the SAI project website. In 2019, Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Rhodes Esquire commenced the SAI Bridge Phase, which accomplished 2 main goals. First, to develop the territory's master address repository system and its corresponding address manual draft. Secondly, to fine-tune the procedures that were adapted or bridged to the entire territory from the pilot phase. During this phase, over 4,000 new addresses were created, and all urban areas of the territory are now formally addressed: Christiansted, Frederiksted, Charlemont, and Cruz Bay. This is the foundation on which the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Street Addressing Initiative is currently executing the final territory-wide phase. Addressing overview. Street addressing or lack thereof can affect the quality of services in many aspects of our lives, from emergency services to food delivery, from utilities to postal mail, curbside trash pickup, carrier services, senior and disability services, etc. Not to mention the economic impact that we are missing out on via businesses based specifically in these sectors. From a general standpoint, street addressing or addressing data is comprised of two parts: a street name and a corresponding street address. The Street Addressing Initiative is the largest infrastructure project in modern Virgin Islands history and can be better understood as a composition of three main objectives. A, creating a nationally standardized addressing system designed specifically for the USVI. B, fabricating and installing street name signage for the USVI. And C, USVI awareness, participation, and inevitable utilization. In 2011, the U.S. government, through the Federal Geographic Data Committee, a Department of Interior committee, created the United States Thoroughfare Landmark and Postal Address Data Standard. This document standardized all U.S. street addressing for landmark, postal, and emergency services use. The FGDC approval is also the prerequisite for any state, city, or municipality to be included in the Department of Transportation's National Address Database. The Office of Lieutenant Governor sought to keep the USVI in line with the required U.S. DOT standards. However, we needed to prove the SCI's viability and validate how we intend to formalize our street addressing. On July 5th, 2022, I presented to the U.S. Department of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Interior, and the Federal Geographic Data Committee regarding the SCI. Upon the presentation's completion, the project was found satisfactory for final execution by the FGDC. Our data framework has been accepted by the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the U.S. Department of Interior is now using the USVI as an example for other U.S. territories in its General Services Administration 10X program. The precedents that was built up in the SCI from our federal relations have also enabled the GIS Division to expand into authoritative source partnerships with global mapping engines such as Google Maps, Apple Maps, OpenStreetMap, and the Environmental System Research Institute. We have been dedicatedly striving to provide up-to-date information and correct the data issues with these conglomerates so they can better serve us. Creating a nationally standardized addressing system. As we are part of the United States of America, there is a familiar national addressing framework to be adhered to. However, we are the Virgin Islands, and we are unique in our culture and heritage. Within the process of the SCI, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor fought to make sure these Virgin Islands aspects are ingrained and irremovable. Aspects like our estate culture, our Caribbean environment, our unique history, as well as our street types that retain non-English languages. First and foremost, the SCI is not changing your property description. Again, the SCI is not changing your property description in any way, shape, or form. That remains intact in perpetuity for your instruments of ownership, deeds, leases, property tax, etc. As stated earlier, the SCI is creating the street addressing system that is directly linked to the property. So again, we are not changing anything with your property description or your ownership. The master address repository is essentially a database with mapping components and is where structure of the addressing system is maintained. The addressing system links a street address to a structure, parcel of land, landmark, etc. via a GPS position. The example below is a graphical interpretation of the data link that is happening inside the MARS. Whereas you have a street address of 1234 Mango Street, and then you have the tied parcel to it, which is parcel 17A, Estate Altona Wellguns. These links between the two data sets are stored and maintained in the MARS. The technical process of how the link happens in the MARS is described by the corresponding address manual. And this manual will be an exact guide for implementation, maintenance, and archiving of street addressing in the USVI going forward. We can provide specific technical details and a manual draft upon request. Once the MARS is complete and its data by providing a modern digital environment for access to it by our federal and private partners. Alternatively, this will be a significant milestone that awaits at the end of the SAI. As per federal regulation, once that state or territory declaration is made, the U.S. Department of Transportation will make our MARS part of the National Address Database. And it's a very important point. And all the relevant federal agencies must utilize it. From there, it goes to U.S. Postal Service, Census, IRS, and then all to the global mapping engines by default. So the total cost for the USVI MARS infrastructure as is $145,529.19. Fabricating and installing street name signage for the USVI. From the public point of view, the most tangible aspect of the SAI is the street signage. This is what we use to navigate. It's also what we use to ingrain Virgin Islands culture and heritage directly into our infrastructure. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor fought to make certain that the funding for street signage would be available in the final phase of the SAI, and our goal is to have a sign for every named street throughout the duration of this project. This includes neighborhood signs, sensitive district signs, and illuminated highway signs, with allotted funding of $2.3 million. To date, the SAI has installed illuminated highway signs on the major intersections of St. Thomas. In St. Croix, we have only recently found a capable vendor to provide installation services. We just received a justification letter for that, actually this morning. The signs for the St. Croix are now stored in the DPW's Anna's Hope Operations Facility and awaiting final payment to the vendor. For Love City St. John, we also have purchased 2 illuminated signs for the installation at the Gift Hill intersection and 1 for the Bordeaux Mountain turnoff. Working through DPW's Federal Highway Program, we hope to install them later this year. In addition, the contract for residential street name signs for St. John is finally being executed, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, groundbreaking should be commenced in August. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor communicates routinely with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Public Works, both being core stakeholder agencies of the SAI. It is important to note that all signage purchased by the SAI follows the strict policies on size, type, and placement as prescribed by these 2 regulating departments. USVI awareness and participation. The overall success of the SAI is heavily dependent on external interactivity. Its success can only be garnered through effective participation as compartmentalized into 2 sectors, stakeholder entities and the general public. Stakeholder entities are government agencies, federal and state, such as this body, and private companies that are either consumers and or creators of addressing data. For example, the legislature, this body specifically, has overarching power to name any thoroughfare in the territory, thereby making the legislature an integral creator of addressing data in the Virgin Islands government. In contrast to the Waste Management Authority, which is a state department, or the U.S. Census, which is a federal department, both which would be considered large-scale consumers of addressing data. Concerning the U.S. Census specifically, as it relates to the USVI, this body nor any other part of the Virgin Islands government has ever had a detailed understanding of our population demographics. That data has never been available to this body nor the GVI, only due to one fact, the lack of street addresses. In turn, the U.S. Census can only show demographics from an estate level. That one fact should be of major concern for this body, especially with conversations about district and geographic accountability. In addition to these 3 above mentioned, to date, the following entities are considered SAI stakeholders: the Department of Public Works, VITEMA, VI Fire and Emergency Services, VI Public Police Department, Water and Power Authority, VI NGN, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Bureau of Information Technology, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Health, One Communication, formerly VIA, VI Housing Authority, Economic Development Authority, U.S. Postal Service, and the U.S. Department of Transportation. Without the support and participation of these entities in the past, the SAI would not have accomplished what it has. We also look to our side stakeholders for the advocacy of the SAI via their own internal public relations efforts. The overall success of this territory-wide phase depends on a broad spectrum of advocacy, not solely from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. As we ramp up our media campaign, we will do our due diligence in fostering stakeholder synchronicity in our public messaging. However, the reality is that we are in servitude of one employer, the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States. If we as managing entity and stakeholders do not provide public proper public awareness and understanding of the SAI and its purpose, why would people participate in it? Why would they utilize it? The success of the past phases can only be attributed to the active broad spectrum public relations campaign that was maintained throughout, with town halls, door-to-door communication, radio, television, social media, roadside banners, flyers, etc. The SAI was able to garner active public participation. I would like to thank the members of this body who helped in the effort of the SAI Bridge Phase, Senator Novell Francis Jr., as well as Senator Alma Francis Heiliger in her alternative capacity. Public participation includes the community road naming protocols, as described in the background summary, but also in the utilization of street addressing in daily life. It is understood that a period of transition is unavoidable for a project that changes how we as a people navigate our islands. As we go from, to get to Miss Mary House, you go down by Miss Sally House and make the left by the mango tree. You make a left by the white fence, and it's on the corner. 2, Miss Mary's house is 4389 Soursop Lane in Estate Adrian. Without street addressing, one would hope the mango tree did not blow down, or if Miss Mary had her fence painted a different color. During the trials of Irma Rhea, we fully understood the problems we faced with navigation and outside entities trying to provide much needed help with no clue of how to get around. Now that those times are distant and we are on the advent of societal change, let us not fall into complacency. The distinct difference between the two ways of describing where someone is located is no matter what happens structurally or environmentally, Miss Mary's street address will always lead to her house from anywhere. You also don't have to know what a mango tree or a soursop tree looks like. You really don't have to know Miss Sally either. These aspects of the SAI must be continuously expressed, and we must make it extremely clear to all demographics. A large part of the community awareness is being able to educate the younger generations. Inevitably, they are the ones to utilize it, pass it on, build it into their colloquial speech. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor SAI team has visited many schools and conducted exciting presentations across the territory, which we will continue for the project duration. Past phase funding. The funding amount and sources for the past phases of the SAI are as follows. The implementation plan, $63,985, which was funded by the Department of Interior, Insular Office of Insular Affairs Technical Assistance Grant. The pilot phase, $218,207.49, and the bridge phase, which was $200,000, both of which were paid for by the Office of Lieutenant Governor directly. All executed contracts can be provided upon request, and the SAI's final territory-wide phase, it has been our priority to make sure that necessary funding would not burden the GVI General Fund. As the bridge phase was completed, we immediately started to pursue funding opportunities with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Community Development Block Grant through the VI Housing Finance Authority. The SAI was inevitably awarded $5.3 million in total. However, being such a specialized project, it took a monumental effort, years of time, and multiple versions to get our application approved. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor was steadfast and completed every requirement, policy review, and compliance audit necessary to arrive at our current active project status. However, there were many challenges in obtaining approvals to proceed that were outside of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's control, but upon the SAI's grant management transition, the Office of Disaster Recovery, under Director Williams Octolin, we have seen an increase in the speed of the procurement process and execution from our program management team. From an overall standpoint, this final phase is not dissimilar to the previous phases, where our primary partner is the University of Virgin Islands. However, due to federal procurement restrictions of the grant, we could not simply just rely on Virgin Islands Code Title III, Section 74 to establish a contract for services. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor openly solicited bids through the Department of Property and Procurement's request for proposal process, and the university was formally awarded via bid evaluation. This contract has been executed, and our university has already been paid over $400,000 for the work completed to date. The university's partnership through the Eastern Caribbean Center has been invaluable in the execution of the fieldwork for the SAI. In addition to the USVI creating a state-of-the-art master address repository system, equivalent to any major city, this grant also allowed us to purchase road mapping equipment that is being utilized now and well beyond the SAI. It is a multi-purpose survey unit that provides the GVI autonomy in its mapping capacity that we nor this region has put to use before. Total cost for the Trimble MX50 mobile mapping unit was $347,705. As stated, the total cost for the SEI territory-wide phase was $5.3 million and is in table form below in the cost estimate worksheet. Above all, the most important aspect of this phase is a massive emphasis on our Name the Road campaign. Each estate in the territory carries its own unique history, familial legacies, flora, fauna, and milestones in Virgin Islands culture. These aspects and more are necessary pieces to be memorialized in our road infrastructure. It is important to reiterate that external funding to complete the entire territory has been sought and approved for the benefit of all. That means all roads must be named. Again, we are thankful that so many have already cemented their respective area legacies through the community road naming protocols, and St. Thomas and St. Croix both now stand at 60 to 70% in named road completion, where St. John is at 93%. In conclusion, a standardized street addressing system has been a long time in the making for the territory, well before the SEI. Through the dedication of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the efforts of our partnership with UVI, and our stakeholder support, the finish line is finally in sight. Barring any foreseeable circumstances in this year, the majority of the addressing will be completed. Street name signs will be installed in St. John, and we already have a fully operational master address repository system. St. John is now the first island in the Caribbean to have a fully functioning address system from end to end. Beyond that, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor will provide whatever assistance is needed in the formulation of relevant legislation. In conclusion, I ask my people of Virgin Islands this: how much better would it be for E911 dispatchers to not waste time on getting runaround directions during calls of panic or duress? How much better would it be for Waste Management Authority to provide curbside pickup territory-wide? How much better would it be for the legislature to make laws and assign funding according to accurate demographics and not assumptions? How much better would it be to empower an entire new economic sector for carrier and delivery services? How much better would it be for our utilities to capitalize on the software they want to use when they're all built on street addressing infrastructure? How much better would it be for the U.S. Virgin Islands to appear in your drop-down menu when you're online shopping for all websites? These limitations we take for granted when we live abroad and we travel abroad, but they are almost sloughed off almost immediately in the advent of the SAI. Beyond my capacity, and speaking plainly as a native born and bred, I truly hope we can embrace this positive evolution. This concludes our report on the SAI and its final territory-wide phase status, and the Office of Lieutenant Governor wishes to provide a report upon project closeout. Again, we thank this body for the opportunity to present, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. George. That was a mouthful, a lot full. Excellent. I do want to just ask one initial question. When you say you want to provide a report upon project closeout,
yes, ma'am,
which I appreciate that. When do you expect that to be?
So project closeout for us, there's two pieces. So we're looking at the closeout of the addressing portion, and that should be in January 26, sorry.
January 26th.
Yeah. So that'll be completion of the addresses.
Okay.
We also have the signage, but because of manufacturing and installation, that will probably go on into April, May of the year. But we can talk about the addressing, because this body would need to formalize and create laws that states that the territory now has a fully functioning addressing system.
We would have to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only way the Department of Transportation nationally
It's a requirement.
and then take us and put it into the national address database.
Okay. I have some other questions, but I'm going to move right into our round of 4 minutes for each senator, beginning with, you want 5? You'll take 4. Senator Bolquez. Oh, I want to recognize Senator Carla Joseph, who just joined us. Thank you for coming in. So the first person would be Senator Bolquez. Is Senator Alma Francis still with us? Maybe, okay. Francis Heiliger. Okay, we're gonna move on. If she is, then she can text me and let me know. Second will be Senator Avery Lewis. Third, Senator Potter. Fourth, Senator Francis, if he's with us. Senator Joseph. Senator Clifford Joseph. 5. Senator Kurt VLA. No, I'm sorry. Senator Hubert L. Frederick 6. Senator Kurt VLA 7. And Senator Dwayne DeGraff 8. And Senator Carla Joseph 9. So we're going to start with Senator Bolquez. 4-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to Mr. George from the Lieutenant Governor's Office, GIS Program Director, right? Is that correct?
Administrator.
Yeah, Administrator. I apologize. Mr. George, I wanted to say, I've spoken to you on and off throughout the years concerning this project. I know that you've worked yourself along with your division, have worked very hard on this project. I want to commend you publicly for all of the efforts that you've done so far, as this is a public safety extension as well. So this helps with our first responders, whether it's fire, EMS, Virgin Islands Police Department, in addition to transportation. So this is a win-win, especially for the fact that the federal government has put up 100% of the funding associated with this project. So that's a win-win for the Virgin Islands. However, I'd like to ask, once this project is fully completed, what sort of financial responsibility would be associated with the parameters of this entire program for the local Virgin Islands government?
Thank you, Senator. So regarding there's 2 pieces. So the first piece would be the master address repository, and that is currently stored on the GIS Division, GIS platform. So that would remain there. As far as administration over the signage, stuff like that, that would completely turn back over to the Department of Public Works.
Okay, very well. And who would be legally responsible for resolving any addressing or naming disputes or misparcels? You would be primarily responsible. Okay, and the ongoing maintenance, as you mentioned, would be put on your division, well, Public Works in collaboration.
Signs, in collaboration. As we work through and we get into like the one call legislation, all that sort of stuff that we do have an existing partnership with DPW, that conversation about where they come in to the addressing piece.
Okay.
But we would maintain it as far as the immediate future. We'll be maintaining it.
Will there be a need for any interagency MOUs or agreements to consider or to define the roles across departments, whether it's WAPA, VIPD, USPS, which they're federal, but I'm assuming not, but Emergency 911 in using or maintaining any of these addresses?
So how it's set up, the database of the MARS contains all the information, and all those relevant agencies will have ties to it through an MOU with the Lieutenant Governor's Office. So we all have that paperwork in process.
Oh, so it's already in process.
Yes.
Excellent. I'd like to hear that. Okay, so what system would be used? Okay, you said the GIS system. So the MARS system would integrate, I know I'm repeating myself, but I just want to make sure I understand. It will integrate into the GIS system.
Yes, so the MARS is basically
1 minute.
Simplified form, like a map with a table tied to it.
Okay.
And then all the agencies can pull from it, whether it's WAPA, Waste Management, whoever census. But it's set up as far as, we already have it set up as a standardized MARS. So every city in the States has a MARS to it. Okay. So we have ours standardized according to U.S. Department of Transportation regulations.
Okay,
we're ready to go. As soon as it's finished, it can turn on immediately.
Okay, very well. And I know my time is dwindling, but what efforts, if any, does the Lieutenant Governor's Office have through your division for any subterranean mapping projects?
So again, that's part and parcel of the call to dig, the call to dig program that has all of us, the utility agencies, us. So we would have the mapping parts of it, and we have already started the conversation about doing subsurface surveys, which would be ground penetrating radar, stuff like that. But there are some conversations needed because that equipment is quite pricey.
Time.
Madam Chair, if I may please wrap up. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a very important endeavor because subterranean piping, whether it's water, sewage, electricity, data, these are all essential in the operations of our infrastructure in our communities. So having that information readily available, whether it's for an independent citizen or for companies, can definitely change the spectrum of how things pan out, because we've heard stories about excavation efforts that went wrong. And if we had the proper data, we would have not lost so much money in some of those instances. So I'd look forward to seeing what we can do to try to make sure that happens, whether it's federal monies or if this body needs to step up. But like you mentioned, it's very
Yes,
pricey,
very pricey equipment. The ground penetrating radar is probably the most expensive equipment for surveying.
Okay. Well, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. I just want you to know that now you have me having to go and study exactly what you were just talking about.
Sorry about that.
Because I am lost.
Okay, so
can you help me with that?
Yeah, so Senator James, ground penetrating radar basically is a radar that can capture stuff underneath pavement or concrete or dirt, whether it's piping or it's trench work, but it is quite expensive. Imagine like it's.
And so how does this
So he brought it up
relate to
because,
that? That's what I'm trying to figure
the
out.
GIS platform, which contains the MARS, is also part of the call to dig legislation. Yeah.
Okay. This is a quick question. Would I be using my PO box address or my street address, or how does this work with the postal system?
Yeah, so the post office being one of our main core stakeholders in the project, we've had to do presentations to them nationally, regionally, and locally. So they are completely aware of it. There's a transition process that happens once this body declares that we have a formalized street addressing system. The U.S. government, through the federal agencies, whether it's census, whether it's the post office, then acknowledge that and do the transition process that they have to do. We can't entirely speak on what the process is, but we will be assisting them as they match, whether it's the post box, whether it's the router's carrier code, whatever it is, we're going to provide the assistance to get that transition done quickly.
Which means they're going to have to hire more carriers then. It translates to that, right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's inevitably, I think, that's what they do.
We'll have to do.
Yeah. But you can't really calculate mileage right now without a street addressing system. You can't plan routes without a street addressing system. So there's a lot of things that are tied to it.
Yeah. Okay. I have some more questions, but I'm going to go to Senator Lewis for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, testifier Chris George.
Classmate?
Yeah, that's my classmate, no. Class of 94, Charlotte Amali High School. Ain't no rim mapping out the island. It's a hawk. We above ground.
Come on,
using the radar. It's a hawk. A hawk mapping out the place.
Successful project, Senator. We want a successful project, please.
Yes, so make sure you do tongue force just in case you got a problem in the east. What's that? Anyhow. But we got brighten up the day. Anyhow, yes. Mr. George, in your testimony, you talked about $2.3 million budgeted for signage. How much of that has been spent to date?
To date, we have spent $130,000 of that. So that was the highway signs that you see out in St. Thomas and the highway signs that we have for St. Croix. The next large purchase is the St. John residential street name sign. So that's the contract we have executing right now.
Okay, so
that's about another $700,000 for St. John.
Yeah, so you anticipate spending every dime.
Oh yes, and we are expanding the budget actually because of the success that we've had. We've been requested to expand our budget.
Yeah, I must say I really appreciate when I pass in the evening, even in the day, and look up and see the signs illuminated and going into effect. All of us actually to work at warp speed because I don't want us to lose anything. I don't want nothing going back.
Yes.
Make sure we deal with it, okay?
Yes. So St. Croix was the only holdup. We recently found Mr. Fleming and his group vendor in St. Croix that has the capable resources to put up the St. Croix signs. So we're on our road with St. Croix.
That's great because I see you use a local contractor here to put up the ones I'm here.
Yeah. So I'd say 90% of our contractors have been local.
So what systems are in place to ensure signage maintenance and replacement in the long term?
Yeah. So
who will be responsible for the funding and managing and the upkeep?
We still have to operate on government precedents. So us as the GIS division, once we're finished with this project, we turn the signage over to the Public Works. So that would become part and parcel of the Department of Public Works signage program, which is part is through the federal highway signs, and then part is the internal sign program there in Public Works.
Is there additional, well, not additional, but is there funding once we're adopted and we're recognized on the mainland?
You see, the thing is, Senator, I'll be honest with you, we kind of operating from the back right now. This is something that should have been in place a long time ago. So the United States and the federal government is looking at us like, what you're doing street addressing in 2025. That's what you're doing. So they haven't, funding for street signage for municipalities, that's out the window a long time ago. So each municipality has to build.
Yeah, I know what you mean,
Yeah.
Well,
we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, and we in the fight. I see you have your sidekick behind and you there.
Yes, John D. Gums. He's been instrumental in the administration of the St. Thomas and St. John legs.
Good. I don't have any more questions for you, Mr. Joe. Thank you very much. Continue the good work. And I'm looking for gone are the days when I have to say I'm going by Mr. Dawson with a brown roof. With the old kind of yard, right?
Hopefully, yes. And we're not saying, Senator, if you permit me, we're not saying that it's wrong. We're not saying that
I know
old
you're
way of-
saying no, but you're saying you're moving us in a modern day age.
we're just trying to
where
modernize.
things are efficient and more effective and quicker.
Yeah, because I might still say, go down by the Guinea tree and make the left.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
I know we
might
have
still-
several police officers in here, and they're going to appreciate that too.
Yes.
But, including the one from Savan.
So
Thank
easy.
you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. When you said that you're expanding the budget, does that mean you will be getting more money in that CDBG grant?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's good.
Yes. So because of the successes, so they want to expand to fill all of the intersections in the territory with the illuminated signs. So right now we only have 15 in each district. That was just so we could get the signage going. But now they saw it and they're like, yep, let's fill out all the intersections.
Great. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, once again. Good afternoon to you, Mr. George. Thank you for what you and the LGO team has been doing with regards to modernizing our street addressing system. I know you've been at this for a while. What specific obstacles has the street naming addressing initiative encountered in gaining public adoption?
So a lot of, we don't like change, in the Caribbean. We can be kind of stubborn in that regard. So I think that most of the important points for us is to make sure that people understand we're not changing any of your property ownership. There's nothing to do with that. We're just adding that other side of the coin. So I can see that messaging has been, we've had to work a lot on that messaging, and we will continue. But as far as we've seen over the last 3-4 months, a very exponential rise in public outreach to the office, naming their roads, asking questions, calling in on our radio shows. So I think we're at a point right now of critical mass with the project.
Excellent. Now, I know you're going to be working, obviously, with Virgin Islands Police Department, the hospitals, emergency services. Is this something that are you working with them actively now?
Yes.
Or is that something?
Yes.
Okay.
So when was it, John? In February of this year, as we were completing St. John, one of the last pieces to the puzzle for St. John was to do an E911 test utilizing street addresses. We are currently waiting for the execution of some contracts with BIT to get the in-vehicle capabilities taken care of in St. John. When that happens, we will conduct that test right away. So we already had residents selected, we had waivers filled out, ready to go, and we were just waiting for that next step of is on the EMS side, are they ready in vehicle? We tested the address in dispatch with Ms. Potter and her staff at E911. It works. So the last thing is to test it at the house. So John would be at the residence. They would make the call saying, I'm at 4339 Soursop Lane, and click and not say anything else. No parcels, no descriptions, no nothing. And let the system do the work. So we're waiting for that last piece to test that E911 piece.
I'm excited about this.
Yes.
Now, obviously, we're vulnerable when it comes to hurricanes. And is there a process that will be in place to quickly restore? I mean, when hurricanes come and signage is gone and things are out of whack, is that something that you guys are prepping for, or
the signage piece is funny. I'll be honest with you, Senator. The signage piece is funny just because of our capacity in the Virgin Islands government. We awarded this grant and we included signage as part of it. Maintenance of the signage was not part of it just because we can't say that we are the maintainers of signage for the Virgin Islands government. We can't say that as an office lieutenant governor. So we did include it in the funding, but going forward past the project's duration, that would still be on Public Works to help out. I mean, we could see what we could try and do with the expanded budget, but as far as speaking on precedence, it would be their job.
Okay, so like signage replacement, database updates.
That would be us. Database stuff would be us. Yes.
Okay.
Corrections, new names, addresses being created. Residents have questions, new subdivisions, new developments. We would be the ones dealing with that.
So we have to really be focused when it comes to identifying when the federal funding dries up with regards to this initiative. We're going to have to really be intentional about finding local dollars or to make sure that...
Yes, in case of any damage to signs via inclement weather. But that, again, that would specifically be for DPW to discuss.
Okay. In your view, what would determine the success of this initiative? I mean, do we have any sort of measurable things that we're looking at? If this happens, this will determine that this project was a success for the U.S. Virgin Islands.
The E911 test, that is one of the first major accomplishments. Other than that, one of the biggest tests was when we did the presentation nationally to Department of Transportation with all of our Virgin Islands culture stuffed into the street addressing, and we said, this is how we want to do it, and they were like, that works. To me, that was a definitely milestone of saying this is here to stay. Beyond that, getting it into the schools and building it with the children and have kids doing reports on the names they see on the signs and stuff like that, building it in the future, building it into colloquial speech. I know for residents, getting around, it'll be easier, using Google Maps to get home. And we have a lot of folks excited about that already. So I think we'll be in a good spot, but I do think we would just need to keep advocating, and not just specifically from the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. I think an initiative of this magnitude and significance doesn't just happen. So, it requires a whole lot of work, stick-to-itiveness, diligence, and obviously you and the team have been very much, in tune and committed to this process, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Mr. George, the example that you give on page 3 with your address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the 1234 Mango Street, would that have come from?
That was
citizens?
Yes, that would be an address we implement to that parcel.
And you would be the one, your unit or division?
Field crew, yes.
So you would, for example, if my house is 37 estate profit, you would be the one giving it?
Yes, so, and this, I was going to discuss this in closing, but I should have included it in the initial report. The field crews for St. Thomas and St. Croix are on the ground right now. And what they are doing is they're giving out the addresses as you're stating. So they're going with GPS equipment, going to the access point of the parcel, and clicking on a point, and that is their street address that is tied to that parcel. So we are the ones that are linking a street address to the parcel itself. There's no street address in the territory at all, other than what we've created first. So we are now creating the street addresses for St. Thomas and St. Croix. So that 123 Mango Street.
Right, you created it?
Yes, yes.
Oh, so then I would find out from you what my address would be.
So what we hand the owner
it's-
a packet
Uh-huh.
that has an advocation letter from Vitima, from One, a fact sheet, and the address sheet. Your street address is blah, blah, blah. And it's in multilingual, so it's 3 languages on the address sheet. So it shows the owner what their address is and the estate. So it'll say just like that, 1234
Yeah,
Mango
right.
Street, estate. That's
And,
Honorable.
and when would I get that?
I will send you a copy when we get back. Oh, yours for estate profit?
No, I made that up. I was just wondering.
We have one for legislative circle for the structure, so we could send you that.
And then you have one for the St. Croix
Yes, ma'am.
building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to see that. All right, we're point of information, Senator Joseph. Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And just following up with your line of questioning, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good day to everyone, my colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. Just to follow up, because this is a very important conversation. The street address that you referred to, these are private streets, right? Non-public streets that you're giving these names to.
So we work with the mapping in the territory, understand it a bit differently when it comes to private and public streets. And I'm sure you're aware of the problems we have with that right now in the territory. We don't care what it is. It needs to be addressed. So whether it's private or public, emergency services will still need to get there. Whether it's gated or not, you will still need to get there.
Okay, so because this body has named streets.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you respecting those naming of those streets
Oh,
in
yes,
your...
yes.
So I'm just
Yes.
thinking that names that of streets that isn't named or unnamed is what you are now placing names
Yes,
on.
ma'am. Yes,
That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just for clarity, so we're clear on that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for that opportunity to clarify.
Thank you for that clarification. That's important. We're now going to go to Senator Clifford Joseph. You are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to my colleagues, and to Administrator Judge. Thank you and your crew for the work that you already completed.
Afternoon.
But are there any obstacles that slowing you down for that January date?
As you know, Senator, we've had that discussion before regarding unnamed streets in very populated areas, very dense urban areas. So I think one of the most important pieces to the puzzle is if we, as a territory, come up with some ideas of how to get those streets named in those very dense areas. But we do see an exponential rise in the naming of streets in the territory in various neighborhoods. So that, to me, is the biggest obstacle for this project, is if we, as the people of the territory, don't name the streets we live on. That is the biggest obstacle we have. We have the funding secure, we have our technical stuff, all that crap, but if the people themselves don't, pick it up and say, I want to name my street, that's really the biggest hurdle we have.
Okay, so you're saying that if you get in an area and you get the homeowners to come out, it'll be a lot easier for you guys to name based on homeowners naming streets. I mean, they're not going to name it any personal names, but like if we're going to use fruits,
They can yeah.
this neighborhood, for example.
Yeah, so Senator, we do have our procedures and policies in place as far as naming roads, whether it's, no obscenities, the length of the characters. But we just got a whole file back from Fortuna with about 10 road names in it, and the community there came together and they did it. So we know it's not impossible. I went over to Grove Place and I sat there with Auntie Temi and all of those and went through every street in Grove Place and we got them named. So I know it's not impossible for no demographic in the territory, not rich, not poor. I know it can be done. So we just need to do it.
Good. So it's better if the folks in the community come out to give a hand. That's what we say.
Yes, that's what we need, yeah. Because we're not in the position of naming the roads as the government of the Lieutenant Governor's office specifically. But part of our federal regulations is we have to provide proof that communities are naming a road. So John, if you could pull up that's St. Thomas alone over the past 3 months. So this is all the road files that came in from local residents. St. Thomas, you could look through it yourself when you come. This is just St. Thomas.
That's good. Okay, when you're already named, like, for instance, you guys were doing this a while and you came through Mommy Jew and you gave some, so who do you go back to if you don't remember or you lost the documentation on what's your
1 minute.
No new address?
Yeah, so you can contact the office of Lieutenant Governor. Yeah, contact us. Sorry.
Is it linked together, the old address to the new address? That's my question.
Yes, so everything's linked in the master address repository, that MARS database structure. We can provide addresses to everybody that has an address already. All of it's up on our MapGeo site. You can go up there on our public free viewer. You can see the addresses that were created during the pilot and bridge phase. For Mamiju specifically, we can go there and hand them out. Our staff in St. Croix, Mr. Nieves, can go hand them out, whoever needs it. But lastly, and most importantly, we will be doing a mass mail out at the end of the project, utilizing the tax assessor's tax roll to mail out the addresses to all the owners of record.
So so at some point, the new taxes will come out with the new address then?
No, I'm saying the street addressing initiative will use the tax roll mailing addresses to send out. Yeah, don't confuse me.
No, I'm not trying to confuse. I was asking a question, being that all falls under the Lieutenant Governor office. If
True.
you're going to give me a new name to my address, then I think my property tax should.
But that piece, remember, that piece is controlled by the post office. So when the post office does the transition, all government agencies will then have to reflect that on their forms, on their websites, whether it's their tax bill, whatever they needed to.
Okay, so the other portion that you said earlier you said that this body will be the one sending off to get the when it's all completed.
Yes, you will make the proclamation. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Are the street addresses going to include the estates? Is that standard? Is that going to be?
Yes, ma'am. So we fought hard for that.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, to make sure that the street contains the estate, the street address contains the estate. Estates are so important to us in the territory.
That's why I just wanted to commend you on that.
It was a hard fight. I mean, going in front of those federal police, they don't, no smiling and anything. You gotta really stand your ground and say this is important to us as a territory.
Mm-hmm. And I really love that. I want you to know. So I'm happy you fought for that and you won that fight. We're gonna move on now to Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon again, listening and viewing audience. Colleagues, good day again, Central staff and my awesome staff. Mr. George, I have not met you, but I hope to shake your hand one day. I think you've done a yeoman's job. This is an incredible feat, and I'm glad to see you gave credit to those before you. And I want to give you your due too, because this is a complicated issue. It's been plaguing us for quite some time. My issue, my question, not an issue, is more so back to your example that you gave, which I'm so thankful you included it in your presentation on page number 3. Will the numbers that's being placed on there, is this the number system that the University of the Virgin Islands helped design?
Not sure what you're talking about.
Like it says 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, just to, they're the contractor for that part, right? Were they contracted to implement?
Yes, so the university as partner in the project, their main focus is field work. So we're working through the Eastern Caribbean Center. They're providing the fieldwork bodies to the university work programs for folks, for our young folks to be a part of the field teams. The addressing structure was created with us in tangent with a group called Spatial Focus. Spatial Focus is who actually helped the Federal Geographic Data Committee write those standards for the nation. So we kind of thought, well, if we're going to do it right, let's just go to the folks who are making the standards. So we went straight to them, and then they helped us build out our addressing structure.
As it relates to, like, I've lived in the States for a long time too. So, you know, at the most addresses in the States, you'll see it'll say northwest, southeast, or whatever like that on the signage. Will that be reflected in ours as well?
Yes, so we do have a number of roads that have pre-directional or post-directional. So that's what you would be speaking of, whether it's north, legislative circle, or something like that. So yeah, we do have the structure built out to compensate for every instance of street addressing and our non-English languages.
And that's really helpful, especially for people who are not familiar with the area. You'll know that you're heading north or south or whatever. So that's really good. And then lastly, in reference to the last part of the address where it talks about street, in your example, you use the word street. What about court, road, or lane?
Yeah, so so on our project website, we provide, I guess, a fact sheet or listing of all possibilities of extensions for folks to use. We don't limit anything that is nationally accepted, we accept as well. But we have the additionals for our calle, for our God, our Estradas, you know, our rue, de whatever. So we have our French, we have our Creole, we have our Spanish, as well as our English connotations.
And when does the public education aspect begins for this rollout?
So we know that St. John pretty much is going to be the guiding light for this because it's the first completed. So we're expecting to start some heavy public awareness for St. John specifically around August. Once we get past that E911 test, that's a big milestone for Lieutenant Governor Roach, is we really want to test that the residents calling from the house with the street address. So that's kind of a milestone that we're waiting on.
And 911, how fluid do you think they'll be before they start utilizing this system?
So the advantage of the CAD RMS system that Vitima E911 built out, which we were part and parcel of the initial work group, we tried to make sure that the street addressing standards would be built in prior. So everything was built in expecting to have street addresses come in. So inevitably, someone could call and they just have their parcel and it would tie to a street address. Someone would call and just have their post office router carrier's code. Someone would call and they don't have nothing, just the GPS location of the cell phone. And all of it would still be tied to a street address, and all of it would still allow emergency services to get to where they need to go.
Time.
Impressive. Thank you so much, Mr. George. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. So going back to the estate, it would then also include the quarter, right?
Yeah, so as you know, in town here in St. Thomas, Crown Princens and
the
those,
reason,
Mhm.
sorry, you go ahead.
No, you're correct, Senator.
Yeah.
So those will be looked at as estates for St. Thomas, yes.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because on St. Croix, there are a number of estates that have the same name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we do have identifiers for, like, say, for the WIM. So WIM, have WIM down by the beach, down by the water. Plus you have WIM up north a little bit. So we have WIM with a directional called WIM South. And then we have directional WIM North. And same song for like Diamond, Concordia. So there's a lot of, and then the repetitive names that we have to make sure that we keep the estates separate. So there's a number of mango streets across the territory. Mango Street is my worst headache. everybody wants a mango street. So you have a mango street in Annos, you have a mango street in Fortuna, you have a mango street in this and that. So the estates allow us to separate and keep them separate.
Okay, that's good to know. Senator Kurt Viale, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. George, how long you been at this?
Mr. Senator Viale, I know you know, I come in front of you. My bed was totally black the first time I come in front of you. So I've been in front.
Yes.
Yes. So I know they started the project in 2009, well before I came on board. So I came on 2012, something like that, when we started the pilot phase and bridge phase. So around that, so it's going on 10 plus years, Senator.
I asked the question because you have really done a good job and you have stuck to it. You know, you've been before the legislature on countless occasions discussing this initiative and you can see the progress. And we're close to the end, so I really just want to commend you, because it shows that once you stick to an initiative, that it's possible to complete it.
Yes.
And at the same time, make sure that you're spending federal funds.
Yes.
To complete the project. It's not coming before the local government, but you've been a good steward of the federal funds that have been assigned to you. So congratulations. Your report was so comprehensive that I know every senator were probably scratching their head trying to find questions to ask you, because you had quite a comprehensive report and explaining exactly what you're trying to achieve. Now, I think the biggest initiative you have now is this street naming.
Yeah, so
initiative.
I hope everybody's hearing the jingle and hope it's annoying everybody and you can remember it like the Tire Kingdom commercial. Name your road. That's all we want folks to be focused on right now, because we can't do anything else until that road is named. So we really advocating for folks to come together and name the roads in their respective communities. And I said we've seen exponential growth in the submissions and the scale of organizations that have been submitting. You know, one of the biggest ones, you know, we were glad to do a presentation for our town, Frederickstead, who's going to help out with a lot of those roads down in Wim, in Hannah's Rest, in Mars Hill. And you know, there's a lot of roads down there ain't got no names. And there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people living in that area.
In order to complete that, you need buy-in from the neighbors. If you're naming a particular area in Wim, do you need buy-in from the neighbors in which you circulate what the proposed names are, and then you need buy-in?
So for the West specifically, we've tried to utilize our town Frederickstead as much as we could. As the protocols go, is 51% of the people who live on the road or own property on the road are the ones to name the road. So that's really the level that we have to hit.
51% consensus.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then again, because... Sorry.
Now, do you have parameters built in that you just don't have individuals that are trying to personalize all of the road? They live on the road, so they want to name the road Kurt Vele Road or...
Well, I won't turn that one away. You know, I won't turn that one away. But...
You have parameters that stop that so that it could be more a universal name that everybody agree with?
So an example is, here's Santa Maria. This is done by the Homeowners Association in Santa Maria. So they came together, they have their speaking voice, Miss, I forgot her name, but they went ahead and there's about 6 or 7 rows up there that they themselves, so now they could just submit a form as the entity instead of individuals having to sign off, because we do have a sign-off sheet to prove that 51% of the owners signed on it, because we are always aware of federal audits. And we want to make sure that when the feds call and say, well, how you named that one day, we could provide the background paperwork for it.
Okay, and I'm glad that you have certain parameters in place in terms of northwest, southeast, because just about every neighborhood you go to America, you might have streets that are similarly named in a bunch of our communities, you know, but you have those parameters that make them distinct. So it's good, because then somebody won't be able to name Batam Wim North and the South, or vice versa, because you would provide that guidance to say that this particular parcel that you're trying to name is really east in this particular neighborhood and not west, so you can't name it that way, correct?
Yes. So, and then again, going back to when we had to do the presentation nationally, they tried to give us a hard time on certain aspects of it. And I was like, look, I done been to Atlanta. I know there's certain areas. Then you have 10 peach tree signs in the same half a mile. So we are taking our time and we're making sure that there's no repetitive road names in the estates. We're making sure there's no obscenities, and we're making sure there's no maximum characters that would cost a huge amount of money to build a sign. So we put those structures in place, and we're making sure that we adhere to it. All of those regulations are on our project website, and folks can download all of those to read for themselves as well. And we also have, we need to put up a new one for this month, but every month we try and put an Excel sheet organized by estates with all the names of the roads. So folks can go on there, you look for your estate and see if your name done taken already.
Time.
So the next initiative is going, Madam Chair, may I conclude?
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
The next big initiative is going to be to actually purchase the signs with these new names and then to have them installed.
Yes. So we hope to invite you to the groundbreaking in St. John. We're hoping to do that in August.
The purchase of the sign is also federally funded, or does it going to come from local monies?
Yes. Everything we fought for it, Claude, for $2.3 million for signage, specifically and only for signage.
Okay, so congratulations once again, and continue the good work, and really looking forward to having this project completed, because even when individuals are using Google Map in the Virgin Islands, some of the directions are so off that, you know, they try to get to your house using Google Map and they end up in the next estate.
Yes.
So hopefully when this is finished, we'll have really, really good directions. Continue the good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So in regards to the Google Maps, we are a official Google partner in the Geographics Division. So, but the thing is, Google's being such a big conglomerate that deals with so much, the update cycle for the Virgin Islands, or a size population of like the Virgin Islands, is like every 6 to 12 months. So we want to make sure that we're doing it one time, and our precedence is built from the National Address Database, not just us as the Virgin Islands talking to Google. We want the backing of all of our federal partners.
Great. Thank you, Senator Viale. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier. George, Administrator George. Question: when you start the street initiative, actually putting the signs down in the ground, in the neighborhoods, do you have to get permission from the property owners to erect the signs, or that's a different initiative, or?
No, so that's all part and parcel of the project. So we have, so your vendor, you work with your vendor, and then you work with them to go through all the signs and forms that they need to have in place when and if they have to put a sign on person's property. It go directly to them. It's not no in the midst or just, just put it down just because it's there. No, we have the forms. You have to go, you have to get authorization and sign off from the owner, property owner.
Great. So you have all the documentation in your office?
Yeah, so it's part of the vendor's responsibility.
Oh, the vendor, not your responsibility.
We check, but that's built into the contract that it's the vendor's responsibility. And that's usually the same way when they do the traffic signs, like the stop signs and all those. It's the same situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Let me ask this. So let's say that I live on the bottom of the hill, and then there's just one road going up the hill, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses all the way up the hill. This one road, and then, everybody into their driveway. So I would have to get the 50% of everybody all the way up to the very top of the hill where the road ends?
The extent of the road. So we call them segments. So basically the start to end of the road, from an intersection to an intersection.
From an intersection, to the end, because at the top of the hill is the end, it doesn't go.
It's dead end?
It's the last, right. It's
the
last house.
You'd have to go all the way up.
All the way up.
Yes.
And get the
51%.
51%. Okay, all right. Next.
I mean, John likes to say it a lot on the radio. We use it as reasoning for people to start being more neighborly. Talk to your neighbors.
That
Get out your
actually-
house, get off the phone, and talk to your neighbors about naming the street in your area. It's not rocket
Yes.
science. It's,
Yes,
yeah.
that's a good way of
Yeah,
putting it.
that's good
Neighborly.
neighborliness.
Right.
You want the resources that come with street addressing. You've been to the States, you've lived abroad, you've seen the advantages that come with street addressing. Let's not,
Right,
Let's
right.
get
I
it
like
done.
that. I like
Yeah.
that. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, your 4 minutes. You're recognized for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier.
Chief.
All viewing, listening, and present. Blows now. Okay, in your testimony, I heard different amounts of money. I heard $5 million at one time. I heard $200,000 from the Lieutenant Governor's office. Another $200,000. Clarify all the monies for me involved totally.
Okay, so the first, what happened before I came on board, which was the implementation plan.
Okay.
That was the first 63,000. So that was paid for through Basil Otley's office, the Department of Interior, Insular Affairs. The next was utilizing that plan in a small area, local area, we call the pilot phase. That was the second 218. So that was done in eastern Charlemagny. That was when this structure got an address. That's when we did the western end of Cruz Bay, and that's when we did Montmijou in St. Croix. So that's that pilot phase. The bridge phase was after that for the 200,000. So that was when we did all the urban areas of the territory completed. Okay. And that was paid for by Office Lieutenant Governor. So both the pilot and bridge were paid for internally.
Okay, and then you mentioned $5 million.
So that 5.3 is what we fought for, utilizing the precedents built on the previous phases to validate the $5.3 million.
Okay, so $5.3 million is federal money.
Federal money, yes.
And how much is left of that?
We're about $350, I think. So, and like I said, 90% of our vendors are local. We're just having the two major purchases right now, which is the installation of the St. Thomas highway signs and the St. Croix illuminated highway signs.
So you say you only spend $350?
Currently.
Okay, currently. Yeah. Because I heard you mention also that 2026, January, is a date for your rolled out on the addressing part, and then thereafter would come the signage.
Yeah, the signage continues. The signage is ongoing. It's ongoing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and the addressing is ongoing right now. We expect to be ending the addressing in January 2026.
So would you be able to spend all that money between now and January?
I expect
January
to spend
6
more.
months.
I'm trying to spend more than that.
Okay, so you'll get it done between now and January 2026?
That's the goal for
Okay.
addressing. So we're trying to expand the teams through our partner through UVI, get more of our local folks out on the road, getting trained in this type of industry, and
Okay.
then getting the hardware and having maybe 10 to 20 field teams out on the road. That's what we're hoping for.
No, I know staff. I know you, I know Mr. Gomes. How much staff you have addressing this?
So addressing, we have about 20. So I'm counting. So as a project manager, I look at my full, cadre of staff. So I have my field crews. My field crews are managed through the Eastern Caribbean Center in UVI.
Okay.
I have 15 on each district. So that's 30. Internally, project management staff is me, myself, John Gums for St. Thomas St. John, and then Pedro for St. Croix. Okay. Legal counsel for any grant paperwork, anything like that, we work with Attorney Harrigan. But yeah, we pretty much know how to delegate.
Okay, what percentage of the roads in the territory are unnamed? Because as a police, the majority of the roads had names.
About 40%.
It's just 40%. So 60% are covered.
Yeah.
And
but that's just for St. Thomas, St. Croix. Remember, St. John is already finished. St. John is like the guiding light right now for us.
So in that 40%, how much have you accomplished in percentage of knocking down?
No, we're up to 60%. So currently we're building. We're building on that 60% as we go forward because it's active. It's an active project right now.
No, but I'm just saying unnamed because I'm saying the different streets.
Yeah.
I could tell you got 3 birds regattas, one wrong the field, wrong Savannah, wrong Kurtzogard area. So I'm just saying, so all those roads are named. The unnamed come from when subdivisions come in, people put in neighborhoods and different things. So you have 60% of the roads in the territory are named.
Named, yes.
Official name.
The official name.
So at least 40% unnamed.
So that's what
Of
we're
that
working.
40%, how much percent has been completed?
That's what I'm saying. We're working on that right now. So
Okay.
this folder, by the time I come back in January, will be double the size.
So how far are you? Is what
We're
I'm
at
trying to get
60% now, so we're building.
Okay,
Yeah,
60%
building.
of the 40%.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
60% of the territory's roads
Time.
are named.
No, named. 40. Okay, good. If I may wrap up, Madam Chair. Okay, on on St. John, there's a road that I know from Estate Adrian that takes you over. It's a dirt road. It used to be bad. I'm sure it still is. That take you over to the Center Line Road. Are you aware of that road?
The
Had that
John
been-
Mitchell Trail or something?
Okay, so was that one named?
Yes.
Okay, and then there was also a road from Bodo Mountain down into Carroll Bay. I don't know how bad it is or if it still exists now, if you're aware of that
Yeah,
one.
the old Kings Hill Road, yes.
Okay, and then finally for St. John, the size of the signage, the veteran circle, the sign is a tiny sign. There are 2 veterans named down in the Carroll Bay area. Tiny signs were put up. Is that going to be addressed where to match the size signs that are on St. Thomas?
So we have the illuminated highway signs. So we might think about doing that for the 2 in Mr. Emmanuel and Mr. Sewer in St. John, and we might think about doing illuminated highway signs for them. Again, the problem is that we can buy the signs, but again, the mounting of them, if there's not a pole there or the electrical situation to put it up, those things would need to be made and built up, especially for the 2 that we have for St. John. I know for 1, we already have to build it. So that would be the Gift Hill intersection. We have to build up power in the little, in the middle of the street, there's like a flower pot there. So we're talking to Jomo, he wants to put it right there, but we got to build the electrical and all that stuff.
And just in closing, in the neighborhood, like my neighborhood, Savan, has many step streets. Has that posed any type of problem for you?
Not at all.
Okay, and just like my colleague before mentioned, thank you. You've been focused on this here. You've been doing a great job. We've been following you, and you're doing a great job. I highly appreciate it. Continue the great work. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'll now recognize Senator Novell Francis for his 4 minutes. Senator Francis, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. And thank you, Mr. Chris George, for your testimony today. And congratulations to you and the team for getting to this point. I know you have been at this for quite some time. And your recognition of the shoulders that you stand on, Nathaniel Wells, Vern Colwood, Dr. Teresa Paris, Stevie Henry, Shauna Richards, Dr. Frank Mills, Lieutenant Governor Greg Francis. These individuals also played a part in getting you to this point. I'm surprised that my colleague didn't talk about the mango tree and the tamarind trees and the direction that we have used in the past, and we're going to certainly miss that.
Well, you don't got to give it up. You don't have to give it up.
2 poles to the left, and you should find a house there. We're going to certainly miss that.
But you don't have to give that up, Senator.
We could keep it, right?
Yes.
Good show. Listen, so I heard you talk about the partnership that you have developed with our town, Frederickstead. Is there similar nonprofits that you're looking at to develop that partnership to assist in some of the other street namings?
If you know of any, please forward them. We'll reach out, definitely. Yeah, we look forward to working with people who can talk about a lot of roads at one time. You know, we appreciate, the one road here and there stuff, but if we can deal with a lot of roads pretty much immediately, we would rather take that approach. So,
are you making that appeal to perhaps some of those associations or in terms of getting them to be a part of this process?
Because we've reached out to who we know. Right now, I wouldn't know who, as far as, we reach out to Senator Clifford Joseph for the Midland Estates for that area of Ruby, Strawberry Hill, Barron Spot. A lot of those are the really dense areas that is just too much of a population for us to go through this type of form situation. So we're hoping that, you guys or those type of groups can help out with making sure that we could get a lot of roads named pretty quickly.
Very well. I hope we're able to ramp up and get that going. So let's talk a little bit about the signs, the preparation of the signs, the size. The signs that's created is for all of the district are the same size, same color, same material?
Per DPW regulations, we have to follow what they tell us to make. So the only stipulation we have right now is the historic district. So that's the only color differentiation we have right now. If they tell us, if you guys tell them and they tell us to change it and make it into something else, or even put on some more type of branding or something. I know there's been a lot of discussions as far as stuff that could be a little bit more visually appealing to the territory, so that those conversations can still be had.
Okay, so right now you're currently utilizing the same standards in terms of the deployment of the signs, the height, the width, the color, the glow flow during the course of the night that it could be seen and everything.
Yes, sir. So this Uniform Traffic Manual 2009 something that tells you about the green, the
1 minute.
reflectivity, the height of the words, all of those things. Yeah, so we're following that specifically.
What's the next step? What's the next step in this process? What gave you reason for pause? Where are you in terms of the completion of this project as you move towards the January date that have been established for proper rollout?
So we're hoping that we can move seamlessly into proclamation with this body, with the executive branches, and making our statement that the territory has a formally standardized street address system. And then we could just turn it over to the Department of Transportation, National Address Database, and let all the dominoes fall as they're supposed to, going to Google, going to Apple Maps. All the precedents that's built up in being in the National Address Database filters down to the census, to all the other federal agencies that we deal with, especially our granting agencies that are talking about and looking at our demographic studies and not really knowing that we don't know exactly what our demographics look like. We do not know. So until we get to that point where we can adequately say that this is what our demographics are, and we make laws based upon that, we're kind of floating in the wind. So that is a big, big piece to the puzzle.
Time.
And my final, and I heard my time called, is
Go ahead, Senator.
What happens in the future in terms of street address, and what format will be the requirement for you to be able to establish, or who they'll be reporting to in regards to new development moving forward?
So as part of our stakeholder group, we have Department of Planning and Natural Resources and Department of Public Works. So specifically, the first piece to the puzzle is with, we have had our conversation with Commissioner Oriol, who has discussed that part of the subdivision process, the owners must establish a name for that property at that point when they file for subdivision, so that by the time it gets to cadastral and down to the tax records and down to my office, it already has a name on that road. All it is for us is to, when a structure goes up, implement an address for it. So that would be how the permitting part would be. It would be at DPNR at the subdivision level.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for your response again. Kudos and congratulations on this achievement, and certainly as well as Mr. Pedro Nieves and Mr. John Gums from the St. Thomas St. John District, Pedro Nieves from St. Croix as well. Kudos to you guys for the work that you have done on this street addressing. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator DeGraff, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to what my colleague just mentioned, I was asking before about St. John. St. John have smaller road signs. Some of the signs are smaller. Is that...
St. John going to get the same full 100 like everybody else.
Okay, so they would be in the makings going forward. Okay, thank you.
So as discussed, the residential signs for St. John, that contract is being executed now with custom builders. We expect to do groundbreaking of the first signs for St. John in... You AI in me over there, Senator.
Sorry. Trigger words.
No problem. So we're expecting to have the contract finalized this month, and we're hoping to get groundbreaking in August And we're going to invite this body to participate in the first residential signs for St. John. And then, of course, St. John will be that guiding light of addressing and signage at the same time completed.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I want to go to a quick question. Earlier, you said there were like 15 people on each island doing field work?
Yes, so there's the field managers
Right.
that are hired through the University Eastern Caribbean Center.
Okay.
So that is with spatial focus and university work program.
And they're full-time employees?
So they be, I think it's more of a work program. I don't
It's
know
a
what
work
you,
program, one of
So we
those,
have
okay.
students, yes.
Oh, great.
A lot of students, a lot of students.
Great.
We're advocating for students more so than, but we do have like our folks like Dr. Liebert, who's been
Yeah.
part of the census, who built the jingle for us. Shout out Dr. Liebert, who wanted to be a part of it. So, you know, it's not
Yeah.
just about the young people. We have, people all walks of
All
life.
over,
Yeah.
all generations.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone once again. I really want to drill down, Mr. George, and the work that you've been doing over the years in this very critical programming as well as project to provide names for our streets. And I'll tell you just a short story. When I worked at the Housing Authority, I would have my federal project officer come down and could not find the Housing Authority because she was using GPS at that time. And I tell her the streets aren't labeled. And she was saying, what? In this day and age? And it was this century that was happening. So I'm glad to see that it's being done. And you are and your team doing a Herculean job. Mr. Gums, similar to what you've represented, did recruit me. And he asked me where I lived and is the street named in my area. So we're working on that. that project for him.
Sometimes
so I'm glad.
we can be a little aggressive with it. You
Yes.
name your road. You
Yes,
name your road.
he is very assertive, making sure and getting this work done, even outside of the 8 to 5 Monday through
Yes, ma'am.
work time. So I'm really appreciative. Now I want to go back and because we are in our home here and the People's House here in the legislature in the hall, and you mentioned under questioning from a previous senator, the man from Savan, that $218,000 was already spent to really identify this structure, the legislature. We are having a major issue, and I'll tell you, I'm sure you're aware that the Postal Service is not recognizing our structure.
Yes.
Where are we with that? Because that's a critical thing. If we were, when did this happen that we were already labeled and identified this structure?
Yes.
When did that happen?
So that happened during the bridge phase of the project?
And what year was that?
2019.
I'm sorry?
2019.
2019.
Yes. But the problem is, Senator, I'll be honest with you, just like with the situation with Google, when you're talking about large entities, large conglomerates like that, the piece by piece is something they don't want to do.
Okay, but the Postal Service, how is it? What is your relationship, and how are you interfacing with them? Because this is 2019, and we had the storms that happened before that, and these things affect your money.
Yes, ma'am.
Say it into the mic. It affects your federal money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we want to know when and how are you working with your partners, and that includes the U.S. Postal Service and the Department of Transportation, to have so that this body could get, because we're going to give funding, right, to get this body address located
1 minute
and recognized by the Postal Service.
So the larger conversation that was had with U.S. Postal, national and regional, the first thing that happened was they stopped them from giving out the routers carriers code, which was what they historically given out to places in the Virgin Islands, specifically because we didn't have street addresses. So this was a system created by the post office, not having anything to do with street addresses, just to get mail to folks. we acknowledge that they had to do what they had to do to get the work done, and we're grateful for that. But again, we creating this system, National stopped local from giving out those addresses. So now local is waiting for us to finish this project.
So it has to be
Totality,
finished?
yes.
It
They
has
don't
to,
want
so,
the piece.
so tell me, I mean, I could get mail delivered at my home address, and I can't get, and this institution can't get mail delivered at a building that is part of the government. You
The
don't see that?
national-
That's a
Yeah, and that's the issue with the national address and
So we
us.
need to revisit that. And
Well, it's the national address database is what the post office looks at to get
Right.
addresses. If we are not there, that's what we need to be. So
Oh.
until we finish the project and get ourselves in there, there's no way for us to demand the post office of anything.
not even though that you have completed it before 2019.
There needs to be a full system end to end. So saying we
Okay.
could argue that St. John could go forward. but
Okay.
for St.
Now,
John's,
now
it's
let
not
me
forward.
ask you this question. Are we, the government, since we're making this sizable investment, are we going to get any remuneration from all of this data that we're
Time.
inputting? Madam Chair, are we going to get any money? Because this is a sizable project that the government, and I'm speaking from entities that would use it. You know, we're talking about delivery. You may have private entities that would utilize this system and all of the work. Is there any discussion about any remuneration
Oh, yeah.
for using our database?
So the major carriers, I'm sure all of you know the major carriers in the States. All of them have contacted us and asking us when we're finished. When will we be finished?
But what is the monies that they're
I
discussing?
can't. that
Madam
would
Chair,
not come to the office of Lieutenant Governor. That would go to licensing and.
Have you
consumer or
had
trademark.
interface with your colleagues who have done similar projects, and or do you have knowledge of other jurisdictions, how much they are paid?
So the first and foremost, we have to acknowledge street addressing is not a very financially increasing your pockets like that. This is something that's ground floor. That's something that's not in place that we need to put in place to build those other aspects of economics on top of it.
Right.
So your carrier services, your mail delivery services, your FedEx, UPS, all of those things, they would be able to utilize it.
Okay.
But as far as an entity buying, that just doesn't happen. Google
Okay.
doesn't buy from the national address database. It's just there.
It's just there to be
Yeah.
utilized
That's
at
ground
no
floor. That's
at
ground
no
floor, yeah.
cost.
Yeah, it's ground
Okay.
floor. yeah.
I just wanted to ask you about that because I know that we're moving into a realm of high tech, and certainly there are times when certain costs are charged to the customers at the base, but they may not be at your end.
Well-
And you may not receive it for all of the work that you put in. So that was my question to see if it was done nationally or in any parts or any other jurisdiction that you may be aware of.
Understood.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That concludes my questioning, and thank you for the leeway.
Thank you. I just have a few questions before we go into the second round. You said that for example, in Georgia, Atlanta, there's a peach tree all over.
Yes.
But then you also mentioned about mango and in a VA. So I wanted you to give me some examples of unique names that maybe some of the residents came up with.
Oh.
Because I would love to just hear that. And then I also wanted to find out if you had found any way maybe to involve young people, like maybe in a contest or some sort of, to get them to come up with names. Because after a while, the adults are going to come up short.
Very short. Very short.
Right?
The imagination is kind of limited, and as you know.
Yes.
But of course, we've reached out to the Department of Education, and we intend to keep reaching out. And we hope that in time that, those type of programs, maybe through this office, could help us out with the linking of that process with the Department of Education and more youth-centered situations. So we're hoping that that could be possible still.
So you reached out to the Department of Education?
Well, we've done multiple presentations
Yes.
in schools talking about the street addressing.
Right.
But as far as a holistic approach,
Yeah.
an entire department level-wise, I think that would need to be the discussion that would have to happen.
Okay, so you're asking for our help in making that happen? Is
That would be
it?
great.
So give me some examples.
So we just came in today. We had African Violet Drive. So this is one of the,
Okay.
in Fortuna, one of the townhouse drives. So they have about five townhouse drives. So I'll give you one, African Violet Drive.
African Violet.
Drive.
Okay,
yeah.
that's nice.
We had one that came in from Carrot Bay, Carpe Diem Drive. Carpe Diem.
Wow, okay. Seize the day.
Seize the day.
Yeah.
We had one from Honduras right here in Frenchtown. Edwin Pinky Olive Lane.
Edwin Pinky
one of the old
Olive.
school, you know,
Okay, so
old
then it's
school elders.
possible for neighbors to agree like on a name.
Once they agree, yes.
Yeah,
once they
okay,
agree.
once they agree. Okay.
We had West 7 Palms Lane in Bon Esperance.
West 7 Palms Lane.
Try and get something.
Yeah. So you haven't been getting anything from St. Croix?
Yes, we have a whole St. Croix folder. I'm sorry I didn't bring it.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just curious as, you know, I'm from St. Croix.
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
just wondering.
Orange Blossom Lane,
Orange
Anna's Retreat.
Blossom. And, you know, I was going to say to you that on St. Croix, there are areas on St. Croix that are not the official estate names that people call areas. So I think this is going to catch on too, because sometimes you say to people, that's really not the name of this place. It's estate. You know, some people have even gotten their deeds and didn't realize that what they thought was the estate name is not the estate name.
And we're hoping to do that similarly for like Cyan Valley.
1 minute.
Yeah.
There's no estate Cyan Valley, but
Right.
you know people call
That's
it
exactly
Cyan.
right. Yeah, there
and
is-
then we have in Anna's Retreat, there's a couple over there. So we're kind of following that same protocol.
Okay, okay. And well, I'm looking forward to when we can do that proclamation. That would be a big day.
That's going to be a big day. Yes.
I believe that Senator, I don't know if any of the senators over here, but I know that Senator Francis wanted to ask, have an additional round of 2 minutes. So Senator Francis, I'm going to let you start actually.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question really as a follow-up to Mr. George. In respect to the populating of the GIS system, do we have real-time population occurring, and is that available to 911 as well?
Yes. So part of the procurement in the cost estimate sheet, you'll see a Mars software. So that directly sits on the GIS platform. That is where we maintain, make changes, alterations to the address infrastructure. And that is live and it's real time. So from there, it's pushed directly to the E911 CAD RMS system, as well as to the post office municipality operations. So we're hoping to make sure that those two links are the first that are secure and operating in real time. And then other than that, we go down the list to whoever needs it, Census, US DOT, and down the road.
And that population occurs technology-wise, or is it a manual transfer?
Parts of it are manual. So say,
1 minute.
We did an alteration on a St. John Road yesterday. We had to actually cut the road because we didn't actually physically have the correct traverse of it. It actually stopped and started from another end. This doesn't happen much, but when it happens, we have to stop everything and fix it. So what we did is we turned on our real-time services, made the corrections, and then put it back online. So now it's correct. So it happens pretty much immediately. And then it also corrects all the addresses one time. So we don't have to go in and fix any addressing.
Okay, so I imagine GPS is also picking up that same GIS information.
So every address will have its corresponding GPS information. So every address is embedded with latitude, longitude, and elevation. Right away.
Thank you. Again, kudos for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for those questions. This is actually very enlightening and educational for me. Anyway, is Senator Bolquez, you recognized for your 2 minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. George, for areas, and you know, I know that the chairwoman invited other entities such as Chant here, and I think it was a good move because you know, we have culturally sensitive and historically significant areas in our societies, and I wanted to know, were you in fact working with any of these organizations throughout the whole process to try to retain or at least behold to those culturally significant and historically significant areas?
We do reach out, first and foremost, within our own precedents of the government. So, of course, State Historic Preservation Office. And then all the links that they have, they provide. The one that was mentioned that was supposed to be today, I never heard of them before. I'll be honest with you. I've never heard of that entity before. And we've been doing this a long time.
We had Mr. Sean Krieger here earlier in the first block. And I know that he would definitely be a point of contact when it comes to a lot of that information.
So Sean is he is a voice on the core stakeholder for DPNR.
Okay, and you regularly communicate with him.
So
okay.
John actually he just signed a pre-approval for, remember we were saying that we're going to fill out the rest of the intersections?
Yes.
In St. Thomas and St. Croix. So Sean, Mr. Krieger, Director Krieger, sorry, just gave us pre-approval to go ahead.
Okay, excellent. And also it was mentioned during the conversation, St. Croix and St. Thomas are 40%
1 minute.
unnamed roads. What's being done to sort of speed track that? Because I know St. John might have taken a bit over a year or so. I'm not sure exactly how long it took on St. John. Maybe you can share that with us.
So St. John, it moved fairly quickly. The thing is, St. John has a lot, and it's smaller, of course, but it has a lot more focused operational groups. Say, for like instance, the Coral Bay Community Council, they're able to target and actually go to the roads and have the forms fill out on the spot. As far as groups like that, specifically for St. Thomas and St. Croix, we are hoping that we can find some more other than our town, Frederickstead, we from Up Street, the Anna's Retreat folks. So we're hoping that we can get more of those type of groups. So if you know of any, please forward them.
So the strategy is to focus on those civic organizations and nonprofit
estate
organizations,
groups,
estate groups.
homeowners associations,
Okay.
general residence groups. Because for Santa Maria, they're not an official like licensed group. They're just a tight community.
Okay.
You know, so it was like how many structures? About 30 houses up there, and they had named 6 streets within a matter of 2 weeks.
Okay, excellent. I hope everything speed tracks that way moving forward.
Yes, we
Thank
do.
you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes, and thank you for bringing up Chant. And you said you'd never heard of them.
No.
And well, I just want to say though that Ms. Frandelle Gerard, she's the executive director, and she was unable to make it because she's not feeling well.
Okay.
But it's Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism. That's the name of the group. They actually take people throughout Frederickstead.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I'm hoping that she's watching this and that she will reach out to the Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Is that the one that does the Maroon Trail hike over on the north side?
Is that, I don't know. I'm not sure.
The
if they-
Praxedes Trail?
Yeah, I don't know if they do, but I'm hoping that she reached out to you because I am sure they will have some great names for some of those streets.
Yes, ma'am.
Or can offer you. Senator Joseph, did you want to ask any more questions before we wrap up?
I just have one.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned in your comments, Mr. George, that about being able to access some of the boundaries. Will you be able to access boundaries, meets, and the like for the streets that are named? How do you get the data? That's what I wanted to try.
So so it was kind of fitting, I guess that's how, Lieutenant Governor Francis at the time designed it, is specifically because of our operational capacity as the GIS Division, overlooking all digital land administration data for the territory.
Right.
Whether it's estates, parcels, roads, conservation, ecological, all of that. So we are maintaining that on the GIS platform.
Okay.
As part of land administration, roads being a part and parcel of the territory's parcel fabric, we administer over that.
Okay, so you do have this is integrated all on that platform. where you can find out the parcel size, you could find out the road size as well, and the meets and the bounds for the roads, correct?
So the road size, and that's a major issue here in the territory. And I
Yes,
think,
that's why I'm asking it to you.
because the development of a state road here in the territory has caused a major problem historically as far as assignment of property tax, especially in the St. Thomas St. John district, not so much in St. Croix. But the establishment of identification of whether a road is public or private, how can it be turned over to the Virgin Islands government?
Yes.
Situations like that needs to be ironed out. And I already told Commissioner Gabriel and his legal counsel, he and Lieutenant Governor's legal counsel need to get together and start ironing that out, because as more road infrastructure is built, these questions become more substantive.
Right. And so that was one of my burning issues to see about that, because we do, as legislators, we do receive from constituents in neighborhoods, big neighborhoods, who are saying, you know, this is a great property, but we would like to have this property dedicated to the government, this road dedicated to this government. And so for it to be maintained, and you can't blame them, because they pay property taxes.
But
They pay property taxes, and they want the road to be dedicated to the government as part of it. And I think it's a great selling point, you know, that and discussion that we need to have with our property owners and the government need to have relative to that. I want to just say, good job. I really remembered Stevie Henry. From the Eastern Caribbean Research Center, the University of the Virgin Islands, who worked on this many years ago when we were environmentalists. He was very enthusiastic about it. And I'm so glad to see that it's coming to fruition. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You are welcome, Senator Joseph. I was just reminded that Chant is a partner with our town, Frederiksted.
Okay.
So you can find out about them. I just want to say that when a developer subdivides, usually the roads go, of course, to the homeowners association, but at some point, people have a tendency not to want to be part of a homeowners association, because it means paying dues that would go towards repairing of the roads. And then you find that then the people in the subdivision want to dedicate the road to the government, simply so that the government
Could
can
maintain
pay
it.
and maintain the roads.
So that's been a major issue.
And it's a big issue. And it's a big issue because I know that Senator Joseph said we pay property taxes, but we pay the lowest property taxes in the United States.
Yes.
And so it's very difficult for us to have the tax base that we need, especially in some jurisdictions, property taxes just go to schools, you know? So that's something else that we need to work on going forward. But I want to give you your 30 seconds to wrap up. And I want to say that I heard all my colleagues today who have, of course, known you through these days and years that you've been working on this, and how everyone congratulated you on an excellent project and successful outcome so far. And so I want to join in saying to you, that's always good, you know, especially in the Virgin Islands, when we hear of things working out positively and productively. So thank you, and you have your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify regarding the territory-wide street addressing initiative final phase. Again, it is active and it is on the ground in St. Thomas and St. Croix. St. John, we are currently wrapping up the final pieces, and then we will be explaining that St. John is the guiding light in the Caribbean of how to get this done. We have a number of Caribbean islands already calling us to come down and help them out, but we said we got to finish home first. Make sure that all 3 islands, including Water Island and Lobongo, are covered with this funding. We are expanding the budget. We are expected to get that accomplished sometime soon, which would cover a lot of things that we didn't initially see in the first place. Many more field crew teams, getting a larger workforce out there, expanding the highway signs. But again, Folks, we're not changing any of your property information. Please hold on to the packet that you received from our field crews. They will be instrumental going forward as these other entities make these transition proclamations. Once this body makes the proclamation, you'll see the other entities, post office, WAPA, saying, okay, now you need BMV. Now, because BMV wants it to be done as well, too, because they need it for the real ID situation.
That's true.
It works only on street addresses. So we need to, cover those facts and make sure that we're reaching the finish line and utilizing it. We're not just crossing the finish line, but inevitably utilizing the project. And with that, I think the last thing I want to wish my mother, retired Lockhart school teacher and Virgin Islands culture bearer, Sally George, a very happy birthday. Today is her birthday.
Oh,
so.
nice. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to her. And many, many more.
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you so much. I want to thank all the testifiers from both blocks. Block 1 was really great, and Block 2 was just as great. Today for coming and sharing your expertise, your knowledge, your perspectives, your recommendations with us. Thank the staff, my staff, for getting me ready for the meeting, the senatorial staff of my committee members and non-committee members who showed up. Thank you so much. Central staff, the media, thank you to my colleagues. And the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning is hereby adjourned.